Okay, welcome everybody to the third annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open presented by Baptist Health and Palm Beach County Sports Commission. We're joining this one in the middle of the first game. We've got 4-7-1. It is Juan Rodriguez and Ryan Foster trailing at the moment to Heather Nobler and Brandon Huffman. It was Nobler and Huffman over Emery and Gill to advance to this round. Rodriguez and Foster defeated Fleffler and Drysdale in 3. Dominant in the third, 11-1. Foster going right into the body. And that is wide as Foster and Rodriguez battling back here in game one. Ryan Foster comes from a extensive tennis background, played for the LSU Tigers, qualified for the 2017 NCAA doubles Final Four while at LSU. Nobler serving 8-5-2, says the official Trish Stewart. Rodriguez a little frustrated with himself. There is some swirling wind here at center court at the Delray Beach and Pickleball and Tennis Open. Ooh, out of the air, Nobler wants that one back. Five, 5-9-1. Foster serving to Huffman. Good put away, deep at the feet, delivered off of the paddle of Huffman. Brandon, local product from South Florida. That one got away from Juan Rodriguez, the former baseball star from Texas Tech, drafted by the Minnesota Twins out of high school, drafted again by the San Francisco Giants out of college. Former catcher. And trying to scoop that low ball out like a 90-mile-an-hour, actually a changeup. Going with a heat, and that wraps it up for Huffman and Nobler. So it's Heather Nobler, Brandon Huffman taking game one. As Foster and Rodriguez, we'll see what the response is in game two. We'll keep it here. The third annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open presented by Baptist Health and Palm Beach County Sports Commission, hosted by Foster Events. And we will take a quick break and be right back here at Championship Court 1. So 11-5, the final in the first for Huffman and Nobler. And that drops, nicely done with a two-handed backhand, just putting paddle on ball there defensively. Good job by Heather Nobler. We talked about Foster's tennis prowess. Nobler, quite accomplished as well. Great rally won by Foster and Rodriguez. Getting back to Nobler. Heather has been ranked as high as number 2 in the world in the USTA 35 and up division, number 8 in the ITF, which is the International Tennis Federation. Foster serving. Rodriguez now going into the wind as he puts that paddle up, questioning his shot. Again, it will swirl here on championship court. And that one got a little help from the wind as that blows right down on the baseline for a Foster winner. Nobler. Rodriguez was looking for the earning opportunity, a little slower to get back, and Nobler able to take advantage. Well done, Foster going right down that center line and then pulling Huffman out wide and deep to his backhand. You see the wind playing tricks with that ball in the air. A clever decision by Huffman to let it bounce first and then play it off the hop. That's a good drive by Foster. Put it right at the right hip of Huffman. Tough volley to execute. Oh, Rodriguez, when he starts charging that kitchen line, it is formidable. The former catcher with very good size. An excellent ball by Foster, and Huffman just again putting his hands in the air, like hard to judge. Get the wind. So good beginning for Foster and Rodriguez as Ryan and Juan try to climb back in this one and take game 2. Side out off of the Huffman drop, aided by the wind. Rodriguez couldn't get there in time. So Huffman also from a baseball background, so this match would make our friend Dominic Catalano proud. Couple of former big-time baseball players here on the pickleball court. And Rodriguez getting better of his baseball counterpart with that stab put away. Juan still involved in baseball, coaching for the New York Mets in the minor league system. And Rodriguez, a little misdirection, going low at the feet of Brandon. Three, 2-1. Rodriguez attacking. The big man able to glide forward agilely. Hubschman turns it up, really put a lot of topspin on that ball, but he has wind behind him. And Rodriguez, you could hear him yell all the way up here, upstairs at the Delray Beach Championship Court, as he and Foster feeling it now, up 4-2 here in the second. And make it 5-2. Well, Carl Foster and Foster Events Group create, manage, deliver, and they have delivered a gorgeous stadium court. 3 championship courts here, 27 courts on the grounds of the world famous home of the ATP Delray Beach Tennis Tour Open. Foster 5-2-1. Hubschman, the kill. Brandon's got good length. And it will be Juan Rodriguez, 5-2-2. Deep serve. Oh, great pick by Rodriguez on the initial. Then trying to take the assist. The pass from Foster. Deep return. And that did clip the paddle. You see Juan, good sportsmanship. Confirming with the official Trish Stewart. 3-5, first serve. That was deep. Exceptional defense played by Foster and Rodriguez. You heard the come on and vamos from Juan Rodriguez. Wind whipping in from the northeast. Not going to get that one back. Hubschman finishing with the backhand. The breeze welcome because it is hot. Bright sunshine, mid-May here in Delray. Couple of net courts there for Hubschman. ATP defended, and then they cannot have an answer for that one right down the Ave for the point for Hubschman, and we are tied at 5. And right through the 5-hole. But Foster, she has been superb defensively. So Rodriguez and Foster will get a timeout as they see that momentum they had built. They had the 5-2 lead, swinging back to Nobler and Hubschman, who won the first 11-5. So a must win here for Foster Rodriguez to push this to a third, as the winner looking for a spot in the quarterfinals. They will face potentially the winner of Marseco and Bonata against Pisnik and Emmerich. Third annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open began play on Wednesday. Yesterday we had men's and women's pro singles. And qualifying for Sunday's Medal Championship Sunday for gold, it'll be Will Howells versus John Cangelosi. Heather Nobler playing here will play on Sunday against Hurricane Black. Nobler executing well. Hits those volleys with ease, Heather does. Great, strong, agile base. 7-5-2. And that breaks a string of 5 consecutive points. And a big side out. You could hear Ryan Foster reacting. Good ball by Huffman. Got Rodriguez off balance. Made it difficult. Second serve. Good defense quality from Huffman. Foster thought she may have had a winner on the initial attack. 7-5-1. And that serve, a little help from the wind. 8-5-1. It is 6 unanswered points for Nobler Huffman. And make it 7. Foster tough to generate that right amount of topspin into the wind. Little net cord help for Rodriguez return. So big service opportunity here for Foster and Rodriguez. They need a run. A little mishit there and a break that might be the break they needed. Breaks the string of 7 consecutive. And Huffman might have done in that ball with that swing. And I think the conversation is here, did that affect your shot, Brandon and Huffman? Who was seeing some quality sportsmanship here. 6-9-1. And a reset, and then attack by Juan Rodriguez. Juan, no relation to another famous catcher, Pudge Rodriguez, but Juan said he did coach Pudge's son a little bit. Second serve. 7-9-2. And that flies deep. Good duck out of the way quickly by Heather. Huffman serving up 2. And easy put away as that ball got upstairs for Huffman. And a match point. Deep serve. And that will do it. 11-5, 11-7. Nobler and Huffman marching into the quarterfinals with an impressive victory over Ryan Foster and Juan Rodriguez. We'll be back on Championship Court 1 at the 3rd annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open. Okay, we are back. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Just wide, frustrated Madeline Gonzalez. Good look for Madeline, and it will be on the paddle of Farias. 2-7-2. And that lands in a good half a foot inside the baseline. The players, right when they think they figured the wind out, a ball will drop in like that because it is swirling. Seven, 2-1. Dancourt driving that one, did not get the elevation. Green Hut on the second. And Farias gives one up there. 8-2-2. That net court set up an easy put away for Dancourt. Nine, 2-2. And that ball stayed up for Dancourt to take advantage. And we've got a game 1 point. Green Hut, who got this tandem started quickly here in game 1. And that will drift long as Mark ducks out of the way at the last second. So quite a statement by Green Hut and Dancourt taking game 1 11-2, but you know Farias and Gonzalez will respond in game 2. We'll keep it here. We do have 3 championship courts here, 27 courts on the grounds of the world famous home of the ATP Delray Beach Tennis Tour Open. And as our VP of social media, Mark Bricker, likes to say, we did a complete takeover of the tennis stadium and built a pickleball palace, and it is beautiful here at the 3rd annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open. Delray Tennis Stadium, 6,000 seat stadium. And we've got 1,000 box seats and VIP covered seats and veranda. All presented by FosterEventsGroup. And good crowd on hand. We expect big crowds all weekend. So it'll be Madeline Gonzalez serving to begin game 2. Good start and an energetic high five from Gonzalez and Farias. Well, we've seen Joey Farias play quite a bit, and he can turn it up in a hurry when needed. Nothing they can do about that. Green Hut again displaying that very effective overhead. Yeah, that dropped just wide off of the tape. Quality return from Farias. The ball hung up there. Gonzalez taking advantage. One, 1-2. That misdirection, really difficult to judge where that ball was coming off of Green Hut's paddle. Well done by Samantha. They're checking the score here. I believe it should have been a side out. We're at 1-1. Now questioning who the correct returner is. So Danquart and Greenhut switch places. Joey Farias saying, where do we go? Joey not enthralled with the answer. And Greenhut again going cross court with that winning forehand volley. Really gets that paddle out front of her body. Look for Farias to get more involved here. And he did, but it was the defense of Danquart and Greenhut denying Farias of the point. And Joey put the paddle down. Still a little displeased with the prior ruling. It's been Danquart and Greenhut. Very good tandem play. The teamwork has been exceptional. Thanks for joining us here on the live stream on Inside World Pickleball, whether you're tuning in on YouTube, Facebook, or Amazon Pickle TV. It was Edenlika winning bronze yesterday in singles. Dottie Zerbst taking bronze in women's pro singles. But we'll have Heather Nobler and Tyra Hurricane Black playing on Sunday, and Will Howells and John Cangelosi. Good ball right at the feet of Greenhut, delivered by Gonzalez. Three, 1-2. Oh, quality save by Greenhut. Absolutely shocked Madeline Gonzalez to get that ball back. Right down the Ave, Danquart. We are here on the famous Atlantic Avenue in downtown Delray Beach. Ooh, Farias went with the touch, trying to turn up the heat, but he does have quite a bit of wind behind him. Greenhut taking it to him. Samantha has played with a tremendous amount of confidence. Farias able to capitalize. Four, 1-2. And Danquart just timed that perfectly, took a little something off it too. Danquart and Greenhut playing with enormous control. Unable to control that lob as Gonzalez made him pay. One, 5-1, Farias and Gonzalez Need a run here. And that swerves out. Tremendous defensive effort by Madeline Gonzalez. Farias, he can bring that heat off the short hop or with his volleys. 3-5-1. Good idea by Danquart. It did drift wide. So a nice and much needed run here by Farias and Gonzalez, right back in it. 4-5-1, 3 straight. Green Hut taking it home. Second serve. Ooh, trying to really turn on that, give it some top spin. We are tied at 5, 4 consecutive. They get the side out, and we are locked up at 5. It was 11-2, all Danquart and Green Hut in game 1. Danquart going right at his counterpart, Farias. They retake the lead. Quality serve for Danquart, earns another point, up 2, 7-5-1. Danquart, what a shot. Looks over at the crowd and they show Mark their appreciation. Really set up by his partner, Samantha Greenhut. Now, the teamwork has been high level by this tandem of Danquart and Greenhut. So timeout. It is 7-5. A spot in the quarters on the line here. The winner will get the winning team from Getcheva and Acevedo against Emmerich and Foster. Mixed pro doubles here today. We also have men and women senior pro dubs here on this beautiful Friday in Delray Beach. Saturday, men and women pro doubles and mixed senior pro doubles. And then tune in Sunday for medal, championship Sunday for gold. We will also have men's senior pro doubles on Sunday. So out of the timeout, they make it a quick point. 9-5-1. And make it 10. So we have a match point here for Dancourt and Green Hut. Deep serve. And good enough for a winner. 11-2, 11-5. Samantha Greenhut and Mark Dancourt. Very impressive in their win over Madeline Gonzalez and Joey Farias. We'll be back for more action here on Championship Court 1 from Delray.
What if I showed you a new way to view wellness through the lens of nature in its purest form? At Swish Naturals, we believe that everyone deserves wellness. We have one line of products that can help your body in countless different ways. Name your pain. It can all vanish in minutes if you know what your body needs to protect it. Our products are unlike anything you've seen before. The intersection where nature strengthens performance. It's your body, and you only get one. So ask yourself, am I going to protect it?
Third annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open presented by Baptist Health. Championship Healthcare from Baptist Health and Palm Beach County Sports Commission. And we do have a senior pro doubles match. In the men's, we've got our friend Mircea Murariu and John Sperling taking on David Balsides and Ken Palombi. Balsides and Palumbi, a 3-game win, a long 3-game win in round one, and we'll see if that affects them here in the heat. As Sperling able to convert early for the quick side out. This is Mircha and John's first match of the day. Sperling looking for the first point of this match, and he's got it. Marario and Sperling, the 1 seed here. Put away by Ken Palumbi. Palumbi and Balsides defeating Stumpf and Brents. 7-11. That will drift deep. 11-8 and 13-11. What a match that was. So Marario still figuring out the wind here, court 1. A beautiful drop, championship shot by John Sperling. He has those phenomenal hands. Palumbi tried to guide that out wide, didn't get clearance. You see the wind gusting here at center court. Inside out, volley attempt, catches net from Balsides. Three 1. We'll try to get the score updated for you. We're having trouble with the microphone of the official. Second serve. Where are you? And the put away for Palumbi. Balsides and Palumbi get the side out. And the wind playing tricks with the ball. Sperling taking advantage, putting a lot of cut spin on that slice. But are you playing it a little safer after missing a few with the battling of the wind? Mircha, open stance serve, giving it a lot of height. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to compete with Mircha and John up at the kitchen line. Or are you about a foot behind the baseline serving that? got the wind behind him. Now some confusion on placement and score. And John saying, yeah, come on back and let's play. Sperling always a comforting John, very composed, terrific coach. Second serve. And look at that skip. He hit right off of the line. Sperling slice return, aided by the wind. (4-2-1), we think, we try to listen in on the official. Right on the line. And then turning up, the speed up, well delivered from Palumbi. Second serve for Sperling. His side up 2. And dunking under just in time. Good read by David Balsides. 2-4-1 with Balsides serving. Second serve. Inside out forehand pushed wide. So a quick side out for Sperling and Marario. Mircha will be playing mixed with Julie Johnson tomorrow. You can see all 4 players really adjusting to the breeze here on center court. Marario can deliver velocity with that forehand. Anytime you see it there, either in the air midcourt or deep from the baseline, it doesn't take much for Mircha. He's got that easy power. And with a backhand put away, Marario. Six, 2-2, Sperling. And that ricocheted off of the net and then off of Sperling. Myers, Sinet, and Levine await the winner of this. Lob into the wind, but does not knock it down enough. Second serve for Ken Palumbi. Nice angle taken off of the court by John Sperling. 6-2-1. Or are you attacking and moving forward with that agility and timing? You're just so quick. Make it 7-2. Or are you? Former tennis player, played collegiately at Brown. A good idea by Pickleball, but pulled it wide. And it's now 8-2. We get a timeout from Balsides and Pickleball. Sperling and Marario in their first match of the day, cruising here 8-2. And John always coaching out there. A great presence on and off the court, John Sperling. And quite a team pairing up with the talented Mircea Marario. Here at the third annual 2023 Delray Beach Pickleball Open. Center court here at the beautiful Delray Beach Tennis and Pickleball Center. As our friend Adam Bricker, VP Social Media, said, it was a pickleball takeover of the tennis court, turning it into a pickleball palace by the Foster Events Group, Carl Foster and his team. And turning it up just wide. Sperling thought he had a winner there. Second serve, up 6. Game 1. And to the forehand, Mircea sped up originally by Sperling. Action on all 3 championship courts, as you can see on your screen. 27 courts on the grounds here. And that speed up going Palumbi's way as he was able to get that forehand volley out front and stick it. Two 9-1. Mircea. Doesn't take him a lot to garner that strength. Everything moving forward. Sperling able to duck to the side quickly. 9-2-1. John doesn't get the roll over. Second serve. Oh, Mircea so quick. Can Palumbi an effective attack, but Marario so good defensively. Put it back on the other side. game point. And Marario, terrific sequence there, just kept moving forward. Wraps up game one, 11-2. We'll see what the response is from Pickleball, and Balcetis will be back for game two. First point, game two. And it was a good one. Quite a start to game two for both sides. But it is Sperling connecting. First point on the scoreboard for Marario and Sperling, winning the first 11-2. And that goes deep into here, Pickleball. With the exhale, upset with himself. You got to play the elements. A swirling wind here in Delray. And Sperling pulls that paddle back. So a quick three to begin the second. So they get the side out. And critical here for Balcetis and Pickleball, who played a long, arduous three-game first round to arrive here. And now facing an 11-2, 3-0 deficit against Marario and Sperling, who got a bye in the first. Sperling wisely pulling that paddle back. John going with a slice serve. Good attack there by David Balcetis. Second serve. Marario hitting behind Balcetis as he was cheating towards the middle. ATP a beauty with a backhand Pickleball. Side out, 0-4-1. Second serve. So points at a premium for Balsides and Palumbi. Drop just wide. Mircha. Oh, Sperling apologizes, and to the deck trying to save that was Balsides. It looked like it was actually Palumbi who was bent over, possibly in some pain, discomfort. They had that very difficult long first round match. Second serve, 5-0-2. David Balsides to serve. Yeah, Sperling too tough in that exchange. And a quick side out again. Third annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open, sponsored by USA Pickleball, Celsius, Foster Events Group, the National Pickleball Expo, the Boca Raton Picklers of the NPL. That lob, a good one. No, they do call it wide, very close. Also, Pickle TV in over 40 million homes inside World Pickleball, World Pickleball Group. The Coso Fury, Tyrol, PB 1965. The uniform provider for the Boca Raton Picklers. Prime IV. And that is Deep, Splish Natural Sport, and RevTech, the official bag provider for the NPL. I think that landed in, but it was deflected off of the shoulder of Palumbi as the players share a laugh. Or are you? 1-2 punch. Goes down the line and then up the Ave. Six to 1. Oh, Mararia, that's too good. We've got a timeout. It's actually 7-0-1. And Palumbi and Balsides will try to regroup. Again, Perry Myers, Sinet, and Darren Levine waiting for the winner here in men's senior doubles. And that will be a quarterfinal match. But you got to figure Sperling and Mararu heavy favorite in this bracket as the 1 seed. So 7-0. That wind gusting out of the northeast. Couple of net court dinks. Everything going Sperling and Mararu's way. They're up 8-love. So side out, we'll see if Balsides and Palumbi can mount a comeback here, hoping to get on the scoreboard at least. And there it is. So 1-8-1 with David serving. Balsides puzzled, but that wind behind him drove that deep. ATP, a winner. Mararu just glides around the court. And that is deep. So 9-1-1. Great serve off of the line. And that's it. That was match point at 10, so it's 11-2, 11-1. A statement from Sperling and Mararu here in their first match of the day as they carry on. This will be a very difficult team to beat. Mircea Mararu and John Sperling over David Balsides and Ken Palumbi. We'll be back with more here on Championship Court 1 of the 3rd annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open.
What if I showed you a new way to view wellness through the lens of nature in its purest form? At Splish Naturals, we believe that everyone deserves wellness. We have one line of products that can help your body in countless different ways. Name your pain. It can all vanish in minutes if you know what your body needs to protect it. Our products are unlike anything you've seen before. The intersection where nature strengthens performance. It's your body, and you only get one. So ask yourself, am I going to protect it? What if I showed you a new way to view wellness?
Okay, welcome back. Third annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open. Ari Shanok now joined by pro pickleball player Megan Hall. And we have a semi-final match here in mixed pro doubles, Megan. And you know all these players quite well. We've got a good one here in Championship Court.
We absolutely do. Dancourt and Greenhut have been having a very good day. They've upset some teams, and I believe they will bring some great fire and energy to this match as well. Gacheva and Acevedo, a new partnership. Acevedo, I think this is his first pro tournament ever, but he has been playing for quite a while. He used to live in Kansas City and used to play with Jay DeVilliers and Pat Smith, so he's no stranger to the game of pickleball.
Yeah, he's got terrific hands, and Nico, as they call him, serving now. This is semifinals. ATP, Gacheva.
That's
nicely done.
Fabulous look by Gacheva. It will be the battle of the cross-court forehands. Both Greenhut and Gacheva are very aggressive female players, so we'll see who comes out on top of those battles.
Dancourt taking advantage. He's got some size out there, Megan.
Yes, he's also a very good player who is very new to pickleball. This might be one of his first pro tournaments as well, but playing like a veteran right now.
And look at that defense to offense in a hurry by the rookie.
Yeah, I really want Dancourt to get involved and to try and put a lot of pressure on both Acevedo and Gacheva.
1-1. Greenhut taking it forward with the attack. And Megan, you were talking about how impressed you were with her performance thus far with Samantha Greenhut.
Yes, I witnessed her playing basically all of her previous rounds, and also witnessed her playing against Joey Farias, and she won some hands battles against Joey Farias, who is, you know, an original veteran in our sport. So her hands are outrageous. Gacheva with a nice cross-court overhead smash there.
Yeah, if you win those battles with Farias, that's something to be proud of.
Absolutely.
So the other semifinal match going on over beyond court one. That'll be a battle two. That one between Emmerich and Pisnik and
Nobler and Huffman.
Yeah.
Yes. Looked like a battle out there.
Gacheva again with a cross-court winner. You're talking about Nico. Go ahead, Megan.
So Acevedo was able to speed that up at Greenhut. Greenhut got it back, but it was just a bit too high, and Gacheva was able to close the deal there.
Nice deep return. ATP catch line.
Whoa.
Exceptional by Krista.
Yeah, the wind is absolutely swirling right now, so I think that the ball was just able to be held out, and in combination with her just getting that extra bit of spin, it just caught the line. Unbelievable ATP.
Incredible. Well, getting back to Nicholas Acevedo, they call him Nico, in a moment. It's a point off a serve. You were talking about him being able to pick up pickleball, playing more often. Serving again. And Dancourt, that's where that reach comes into play.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He just needs to get in the middle, and his hands are great, and just look to take over as many balls as possible.
That out wide. You commenting Nico getting to play more pickleball. I don't think his coach over at FAU, Ricardo Gonzalez, wants to hear that so much from the tennis team, but
he absolutely does not. In fact, I know Nico is looking to play more pickleball. I think he played last summer all pickleball, came back to the season, and was a little not as in tennis shape. So they said no more pickleball until off season.
yeah, well, Nico, he certainly performed on the tennis court. Doubles ITA South Region champion in the fall season.
Incredible.
Yeah, he and his partner defeating the likes of FSU, UF, and Georgia.
We're starting to see a lot of these elite tennis players come into pickleball, you know, at droves. And Nico is one of them.
Yeah, we saw a couple of baseball players out here earlier, though. Huffman and Rodriguez playing at a high level.
That's interesting. I happened to play against Rodriguez in one of the earlier rounds, and I would have sworn that he was from tennis. That's interesting that he's from baseball, but that's the great thing about pickleball, is that you can be from really any background and just be an athlete and play at a very high level. Of course, not without work, hard work.
Many hours.
That's a great eye by Sam Greenhut.
So 7-4. Acevedo attacking. What a defensive shot that was. It felt like Dancourt hit it off his leg, somehow got the paddle on it.
Acevedo know he got away with one on that because he left one up for Dancourt, who just missed it in the net.
And rolling right now, we're going to get a timeout from Greenhut and Dancourt. Try to slow Acevedo and Gacheva down. That is a 5-point deficit, Megan Hall. So what is the difference? You watch quite a bit of Dancourt and Greenhut, and they have pretty much cruised through the early rounds. What is the difference so far in this one?
I think that Nico Acevedo is doing a good job of attacking the female player, which is Sam Greenhut on the other side of the court. And it's not that she's not doing a good job. It's just Acevedo has such spin with his shots. They're sitting right at her, right into her body, and it's tough for her to counter punch those without lifting them slightly. So I think Nico being aggressive, hitting that first punch is why they're up in this game one.
And Nico with those strong hands and wrists, and he's one of those guys that it's just effortless, right? And he brings that power.
Absolutely.
And there it is, Turner speeding that up just quickly and disguising it well, Megan.
Right, he just leaves that backhand paddle right out in front, and he's got so much power from out in front of him. Oh, that's unfortunate to finish the game on that return in the net, but game one.
So
Nico.
Game one, yeah, Nico, Krista, 11-4. So Dancourt and Greenhut looking to return to that magic that they dominated the Farias team, winning that one, as you were talking about, Megan, 11-2, 11-5 over Farias and Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm. I think that Gacheva is, even though she's fairly new to pickleball, maybe playing pro pickleball maybe a year. She just was drafted in Major League Pickleball. So she's a female player that's coming up the ranks. And Nico Acevedo, this team was ranked 25th in this tournament because Nico has not even played a tournament. But he is going to be a male player that you will see rise very, very quickly. He's going to be, I would say, top 20, and if he continues to play, which I think he's got some sponsors behind him supporting him, because his talent and skill is that good. So this might be the first time you might be seeing and hearing of Nico Acevedo, but it will not be the last.
I agree, Megan. He's got all the skills. Now with a little more time to apply to the pickleball, having graduated from college tennis.
Absolutely. Yeah, and now he's chosen to focus on pro pickleball.
Gacheva, deep return. And there's Acevedo positioning correctly right up the middle. Quick side out. Gacheva, also tennis background. Megan, she was head coach over at Northern Arizona University for a while.
I know she was teaching in this area for a little while, but she just decided to go full-time pro pickleball. I'd love to hear it.
Oh, Greenhut. She didn't miss any of those in the prior match, and maybe a little anxious there.
She had what she wanted. If she swiped across that a little bit more instead of tried to come down on it, I think she had it. But again, playing in this wind, I'm not sure if you can see at home how challenging it is. This wind is swirling. It's a gust, very windy gust to the left, and then all of a sudden it changes direction and goes to the right. So very challenging.
Yeah, it looks that way up here, and you have experienced it firsthand. So good point there by Dan Quart and Greenhut. And that's what, even from up here, Megan, you can see the players just looking puzzled. Like, where did that gust come from? And
correct. Even right there, that all of a sudden a slight gust going back to the right, and she misses that, trying to go to Greenhut, but missed it wide.
And Dan Quart, aggressive. So good start for Greenhut, Dan Quart, 3-1-1. And there is the wind coming into play, Megan.
Absolutely. I mean, just knowing that there's so much wind, the footwork is just that much more important there. And Greenhut was just lacking a little bit on the footwork there.
Yeah, you can't set your feet too early, can you? Good attack there. Gacheva going right into the body of Dan Quart. Greenhut so efficient with those in the first couple rounds, maybe pressing a little bit.
Yeah, I think their game is well suited to be aggressive, but I think, again, she was going for an inside-out forehand there when it just wasn't needed. It worked there, got him on the backhand side, caught him off guard.
And what we've seen from Greenhut is that ability to so deceptive. Tough to read her shots, isn't it, Megan?
Absolutely, and especially on the forehand side. She can really go anywhere on her forehand, and she has excellent hands.
And there it is. So side out.
If Greenhut just doesn't go for lines and just keeps it with that 80% of the court, because the wind is so hard, I think they'll be able to come back into this game or into this match. And with Dan Quart needs to consistently kind of also put pressure on the other team. I think that's where they've been successful throughout the day today.
Yeah, he's been more aggressive here in game two, no doubt. 3-2-2. Pulled a little bit wide, good rip. Banging away there, Greenhut.
That's, I think banging is her specialty, but also she had just missed the previous drop. She knew against the wind, I mean, you just had to drive that.
Oh, what an angle. That's the ability that is so impressive as you talking highly of Nico Acevedo.
That is such an incredible anticipation of ball play. And to not only hit that ball and anticipate it, but to hit a cross-court, short-angled winner is...
Into the kitchen. Amazing.
Into the kitchen, correct. Unbelievable.
There's that misdirection. Watch out.
So they were able to get it to her backhand. Paddle face was open slightly. She just popped it up slight, and that's where very good players are just able to take advantage.
Second serve. Three, 5-2. Got a little bit too much of that one.
Again, folks at home, these aren't just errors. These are, you know, Mother Nature forced errors, you know.
And good attack into the body by Dancourt.
Gacheva having one nice backhand block, but went back at her one more time, unable to put it back in the court. Great spot by Gacheva, going for Dancourt's backhand, and that's the name of the game in mixed doubles. The guy is typically very aggressive and going into the middle of the court, so you have to hit behind the guy, like
Right
Nico
there.
Acevedo did just there.
Yeah, it's nice when you can generate that amount of spin off the court, though.
Correct.
Not everybody can do that.
That's 100% true.
Oh, that's risky. Speeding it up to Nico. But you're talking about playing the elements, Megan. To adapt to it, are you taking less chances out there, playing more conservatively?
Yes, I think you have to shorten the court even more, and also you have to play higher percentage pickleball. I mean, if you're against the wind is swirling, you kind of have to just go for drives and go for some drops that are a bit higher, just to ensure that they'll go over.
Like that. And Green Hut able to finish.
I like Green Hut. That was a great play by Green Hut and Dancourt.
Flip deep.
A great leave. And discipline by Green Hut and Dancourt, not going for that ball.
6-5-1. Tight game 2 here. Second serve. It was 11-4 in the first for Acevedo and Gacheva.
Close call.
Yeah,
Green Hut
called
calling it
deep,
out.
huh? Seven, 5-2. Gacheva right off of the wrist of Dancourt.
And you'll see on that shot, Green Hut was going for a little bit higher just to ensure that ball went over. It went a little bit too high. Dancourt kind of moved in expecting a lower drop and just was attacked.
Ooh, tricky misdirection by Gacheva. Within one. And Dancourt, Megan playing right up the center line there.
As he should, as he should. Green Hut and Dancourt find their best points and I think are doing well when he stays aggressive like that and protects Samantha's backhand. Oh, that's a great dig by Dancourt, just unfortunate.
We're tied at 7. Ernie, vacant area, but sails deep.
Excellent attack by Acevedo. Excellent.
right into the body with that drive by Nico.
Green Hut showing some frustration, not putting that ball back in play.
Nice attack there. Samantha Greenhut.
She's got to keep going behind Nico. I mean, he's expecting it some, but I like that she goes couple cross court and then keeps him honest down the line.
Acevedo with strength on that little backhand flip. Second serve down 2. Look at that angle. And Nico, too good.
Yep, leaving it up to Nico's forehand is never a good thing. But I want, for everyone watching at home, I happen to know all 4 of these players, and all 4 of these players spend the time and they drill. They drill a lot.
And you're doing quite a bit of coaching back in, along with your playing, but so you're recommending drill, drill, drill better than play games.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and not enough people do it. And then when they go to play, they haven't hit enough of the balls that they need to feel comfortable and confident.
Match point on second serve. Good defense. The speed up was quality, but Acevedo and Gacheva too strong. 11-4, 11-7 as they march on to the semifinals. And that will be an excellent matchup. We'll see if we can get an update on the other match. Let's see their opponent. Try to get a final score on the other one. Not updated yet, but they will be in the semis against either Nobler and Huffman or Emmerich and Pisnik. Acevedo, Gacheva, very strong in this match. Impressive, 11-4, 11-7. We'll be back with more action from the 3rd annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open. Arlo Abbott attacking the left-hander to begin this one. It is Arlo Abbott and Chris Montgomery taking on Steve Rose and Matthew Ndara. And Ndara and Rose come in as the second seed. So Abbott serving his team up 1-0. And Abbott connecting again. I'd like to welcome in Brian McMahon, lifetime Palm Beach Gardens pickleball pro. Good to have you, Mac. Also, I will mention two-time National Soccer Coach of the Year. We like to bring in different perspectives, not just tennis background. And Mac, interesting background of soccer and sports psychology.
Yeah, there's definitely an enjoyable opportunity to be here. Appreciate that for sure. You mentioned psychology. I had a chance to be a sports psychology professor for 19 years. And, you know, having also played quite a bit of pickleball myself, definitely the psychology is an important component in these matches today.
Yeah, you're going to have some visitors after these matches, Coach. People are going to need help.
Well, consistency is the key. You know, recently saw an interview with Ben Johns, and he said, you know, that his constant approach of, you know, not getting too high or too low after each point is, he feels, one of his biggest strengths, and I certainly would agree.
Rose. And we have stopped play, I believe, a kitchen violation. Something we both commit at home quite a bit, Mac.
I think we stay out of the kitchen more than we should.
That lob, tricky to deliver those, Mac, with this whipping wind.
It's the first thing I noticed when I got here this morning is, you know, you look at the trees behind the players there, and you can really see it going in different directions. Kind of like a swirling wind in here inside the stadium.
Yeah, Megan Hall was talking about how difficult it was. We saw evidence right there. Chris Montgomery and Arlo Abbott. We should know Chris Montgomery is the owner of the Denver Irons of the National Pickleball League, and we look forward to the National Pickleball League and their schedule coming up this summer. That ball driven into the net off of the paddle of Ndara.
Your sign of the growth of the game when you get a chance to look at the professional side of it and the growth and teams that are forming.
Rose puts it away. Yeah, this sport is booming. Serve will go over to Montgomery. 3-2, slice spin. And that was wide off of the paddle of Steve Rose. Three, 3-2. Montgomery with heat. Rose ducking out of the way. Did he get out of the way on time, Mac? I don't know.
It's he certainly challenged him. You know, a lot of times new players don't realize, you know, body shots and attacking players, looking for that pop-up. It's not so much about winning the shot on the first shot, winning the point on the first shot. It's really about setting yourself up or your partner up for that body shot, looking for that pop-up next.
And Rose taking a close shave on that ball. And that was wide. These teams still figuring out the elements of the whipping wind. Tied at 3. Nice drive by Steve Rose.
Past couple times, Steve has tried the cross court. The wind just got a little bit too much of it, and this time he went down line. He changed it up a little bit, had a great shot for a point.
Well done by Montgomery and Abbott as they get a side out. You were noting something interesting from their previous match, Mac.
It's interesting when you look at the previous results here. Montgomery and Abbott got pickled. They lost the first game last match. Which of this point's over here? They lost the first game 11-0, 11-0 the first game, and then they came back and won 11-7, and then the third they won 11-8. So you don't see that too often, but it certainly does show quite a bit of character and resiliency on their behalf to completely flip the script in the final two games to win the match.
Yeah, that'll make a sports psychologist happy.
A lot of it plays into it. Sometimes it's getting in your rhythm. Sometimes you may have to change up a little strategy. Maybe you come into a match with a certain concept, how you want to play or what you want to do, and then you need to change through the course of the match.
And look at the wind. You see some exceptional shots to battle the wind. A key factor, as Megan Hall was mentioning, Mac, you got to keep those feet moving at all times, because you set in a position, it's going to change in a split second where that ball is going.
Yeah.
Like that one.
2 times in a row now, Steve's had very good third shot drops. Ball just drops over. It kind of holds up a little bit. And then Montgomery and Arbeck just get a little bit itchy. They're trying to figure it out for sure as the ball's still holding up a little bit on them.
And Dara attacking. Good play by Montgomery. Flicks that, and Montgomery is just looking like, how did that go out?
A timeout.
So a timeout as Andara and Rose start to pick up steam. They're here after an 11-3, 11-5 victory over Romanenko and Ostro. And if you're looking ahead in your bracket, the winner here will face the winner of Wilson McLean and Rosenthal and Middleman.
Seeding wise, it's played true to form again, except for the Montgomery and Abbott. Montgomery and Abbott came in as the 10 seed, knocked off Vaughn and Levine in the 10 over the 7 seed, and Rose and Dara here come in as the number 2 seed, and eager to see if they can turn this around, falling behind a little bit short here so far in the first game.
You see that score, Mac? 7-3-1.
Yeah.
7-3-1.
Yep.
Rose serving. Second serve.
True to form, timeouts are a significant factor in the game of pickleball. High percentage of timeouts are successful in the next serve.
Good drop by Montgomery. And then follows up with what he thought was a clean winner. But that wind again playing tricks on the ball. Frustrating. 8-3-2. And Dara. Deep serve. Big drive, catches tape.
Little smile from him there. He definitely went for that one. Put a lot of top spin on it. Just a bit too low in the tape.
Good rally there, finished by Andara. Mac, are you more tempted to try to drive the ball with this kind of wind?
You know, it's one of the interesting things I learned very early on in pickleball. When you play at the amateur level and working your way up from the early 3-0 levels, most amateurs like to have the wind at their back. They can be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more. What's the point here? A little bit more to control. But when I talked with most pros, interestingly enough, they'd rather go against the wind. They feel like they can really put a lot of top spin on it. They feel like they can drop the ball, and they can be a little bit more aggressive on their spins when they're against the wind as compared to with it.
Oh, Montgomery questioning himself. 9-3-1. Make it 10, so we've got a game point here for Andara and Rose. Not giving up yet on this game. Timeout, down 7. So Abbott and Montgomery, they had a quality start, Mac, but Since then, it's been all Endara and Rose.
Interestingly enough, I think Steve Rose has just done a fantastic job at changing pace. He's driving a lot if he's coming forward on his thirds, and then he's resetting really well on his fifth shots. I read a stat recently on the tour that, at least in one of the tournaments a couple weeks ago, 71% of third shots are now drives. And then the fourth shot return, and then the fifth shot is kind of a reset of the drop shot. And that's definitely a change. You know, that's a shift. I would say
that's much higher than I would expect.
Yeah, I'd say probably, you know, even look at 3 years ago, it certainly would be maybe 71% third shot drops and not as much drives. But the game has gotten harder. It's gotten faster. A lot of pros have talked about the technology in paddles.
Yeah.
You can be a little bit more aggressive. You can, you know, apply a little bit more spin. And the game has certainly gotten a bit more aggressive on those third shots. So now the service return is as important as anything else because you can't set your opponents up for a hard drive coming forward.
Game point after the timeout. And surviving Montgomery and Abbott as second serve.
Twice now timeouts have been effective.
Yeah.
Good decisions.
See if they can get the timeout side out here. And that was just wide. Strong serve by Endara as they wrap it up 11-3 in the first. We'll keep it here before the second game. Now you're talking about the importance of serve return now with people banging that third ball. Is that something that you're going out and drilling? You just giving your players hard serves and having them work on the return?
Certainly, and when I work with players as I'm doing lessons with them, I think court positioning is important. You know, and there's two main factors whether you make that decision if you're going to drive, or if you're going to drop. Number one, most players will tell you, high-level pros, if the ball's below the net, you know, in a service return, it's very difficult to drive because in that regard, you're driving in an upward motion.
Yeah.
And unless you have a lot of really good topspin on, it's difficult to keep that ball in if you're really going to get after it with power. So service returns, a lot of times with your backhand for righties, put a lot of spin on it, they kind of keep it low. It does make it a bit more difficult to drive. But anything that's short, anything that's high above the net, you know, even if it's a deep serve at this point, if it's high, if it's got kind of that loft and that bounce to it, you're just seeing a lot more aggressive drives on the third now.
Game two coming up. We are at the third annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open presented by Baptist Health and Palm Beach County Sports Commission. And what a job the host Foster Events Group has done here, Mac, at this stadium. Just looks beautiful. Good crowd on hand, and it will be growing throughout the weekend.
Yeah, it is a beautiful setting, beautiful day here. I was just walking around the stadium and behind, and again, so many matches going on. Incredible opportunity for many amateur level players here. A lot of beginner level players here. I've worked with several. This is their first tournament, you know, and easily we get caught up in what is, you know, excellent to watch the top level pros play, but there's so many players behind the scenes that are just getting their feet wet into their first tournament, and they're just as excited.
Oh yeah.
And it's great to see the youth of the game, the excitement of the game, and so many players here behind the scenes are playing here today and throughout the weekend.
And over 800 of them, 3 championship courts, 27 courts on the grounds here. Again, the wind playing tricks with the ball. Game two here, you know, you get defeated soundly 11-3. How important is that quick start here in game two for Abbott and Montgomery?
You're seeing there 2 times in a row, you know, Montgomery just looking a little bit uncomfortable with that wind as well. You can see him kind of practicing his little bit of swing there. I think he needs to probably a little bit more slice and try to go cross court a little bit more on his dinking battles.
Yeah, now Montgomery's got to get accustomed to the wind on that side.
There's the shot.
North side.
That's the shot. Much better. Terrific decision. Good adjustment there. Again, you could see him kind of outlining it with his hand. He knew what he had to do. Made a great shot. And excellent recovery there from a couple tough ones to start.
Yeah, pretty good coaching, Mac. That one sails long.
Everyone has a reset. You know, there's quite a few pros. Sometimes pros just go back and they touch a wall. Sometimes players count to 10 quickly. You try to have that mental reset and, just try to stay consistent.
Transition attack by Arlo Abbott. That's showing some soccer skills going with your game, Mac, previously.
He's definitely got some quickness to him for sure. Good foot skills there.
Oh, needed another paddle skill there as he shoots a goal into the other side.
I do like what he's doing now. That's a couple times he's been a bit more aggressive. He's attacked the body. He's looking to come forward. He's got really quick hands. And, he just missed that opportunity. But the shot was there. And if he recognizes it, I think he may try to keep sticking with that, more aggressiveness and coming forward.
Yeah, he's got good quickness, as you pointed out. And nice little change of speed there, speeding it up, Montgomery did. Surprised Endara. Oof. Oh, right in the pocket. Knocked his wallet out of his shorts. There's some miscommunication there on that side. Vacated area.
Just going back a couple points. One of the benefits and challenges when you play with lefties, you've got a righty and a lefty, and they stack as they frequently do. You've got both forehands in the middle, and a couple points ago there, they both were kind of looking at each other, and you're just so
used
used
to forehand.
Yeah, you're so used to taking the ball with your forehand, but when you play with a lefty, it really does take quite a bit of communication and understanding between each other.
Oh, what a save by Abbott. Hey, he's got the speed of the open level pros, doesn't he, here in the seniors?
He's come alive. His footwork is really good. He anticipates well, has his paddle out. Excellent job.
Yeah, got caught backing up, and Dara not missing the chance. The 1-4-2. And Dara's got some pop, doesn't he?
The ball was hanging up there, very nice for him. He had a lot of time to adjust, and angles are the key. And put a great ball down the line, but at an angle, very difficult for Abbott to return there.
Yeah, he kind of got the outside of the ball, adding some spin. Right to the body, but up to the task, Steve Rose. 5-1-1. Game 2. Good leave.
Had the idea, covered the court well, just a little bit softer on his hands there.
Going to leave that one as well. So Endara and Rose continue to cruise. Looks like we will get a timeout. 6-1, having won the first 11-3. So no answer right now for Montgomery and Abbott. I think you like when Abbott was getting more involved with his transition game, coming attacking.
He certainly is his strength, his quickness, his anticipation. He's got his paddle out, he's set and ready, and again, it's that aspect. Sometimes it's not trying to win the shot, it's trying to set yourself up for the shot. And several times now when Abbott comes forward, it gets a little bit more aggressive in his drives. He really has quick hands to adjust on the hands battles. Past few points there, though, I think, if you look at what Rose and Endara have done, they've kind of slowed him down a little bit. They've tried to keep it a little bit away from him, and I've noticed particularly they've tried to attack his backhand and low a little bit more. They've recognized that's his strength, and so a little bit slower play, a little bit more drops, trying to keep out of those hands battle situations with him.
You know, we talked about the elements, the wind affecting the ball, but we also have heat. Important these players stay hydrated. And you talked about Abbott and Montgomery having to come back. They played a long match in the previous round. Definitely a factor. Ooh, they get a error on the serve after the timeout.
Third time in a row now.
Yeah.
Effective timeouts. All 3 timeouts have gone in their favor.
Oh, well done. And Dara saw the opening, connected.
Miscommunication between the two there. I think they both thought they were going to switch up, and then they, as they were going forward, they kind of crossed paths, and neither one of them found the right side.
Here come those foot skills
Yeah,
again.
he's certainly got a soccer background to him for sure.
Well, you may want to try to hit a couple with just straight up with the feet. Because Zane Navratil pulled off in a tournament.
Terrific. Good hands there for Montgomery. See if that can be a confidence builder, get on a run here. Try to work their way back.
1-9-1. They got a mountain to climb.
Again, there's that hands battle. When he gets aggressive on that third shot and comes forward, that's when he's at his best. Did a nice job getting a point there. 1 point at a time if you're in their thinking.
Oh, just deep, and that wind. I mean, it's swirling, but for the most part, it is at their back.
They did appeal to the match official there, and she did confirm it was the correct call out of bounds, just long.
That is Trish Stewart. That's a good ball, catching Dara in transition. Didn't have that split step ready. And ducking out of the way, they appeal. Steve Rose didn't see it. He was ducking out of the way, but it was deep.
That was the correct call. I think we have a very good advantage of our positioning to see that. That was a correct call.
Good ball by Montgomery, in tight, going right at the body. 9-3-2. Tough to lob into that wind. These balls just hanging upstairs. Oh, they catch a break.
And just as you said, hanging upstairs, and it held up a little bit too long. Kind of misjudged it there and put it too long.
So we've got a match point. And there it is. A repeat of the game one score, 11-3, 11-3. So impressive. Steve Rose, Matthew and Dara moving on in the men's senior doubles bracket. And we'll have more to come here at the 3rd annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open.
What if I showed you a new way to view wellness through the lens of nature in its purest form? At Swish Naturals, we believe that everyone deserves wellness. We have one line of products that can help your body in countless different ways. Name your pain. It can all vanish in minutes if you know what your body needs to protect it. Our products are unlike anything you've seen before. The intersection where nature strengthens performance. It's your body, and you only get one. So ask yourself, am I going to protect it?
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us on Inside World Pickleball, streaming on YouTube. And we have the mixed pro doubles winners bracket final, a place and gold medal Sunday on the line. Acevedo putting it away after some exceptional defense. So Nico Acevedo, Krista Gacheva against Tina Pisnik and Martin Emmerich. What a matchup this is. And Mac, I know you're getting a good look at Nico in the prior match. You were pretty impressed with the hands.
Yeah, he's his backhand roll is pretty special. His timing, his anticipation, and it's a very deceptive shot. Then he scores a lot of points with that type of backhand roll. There it was.
Yeah, turning up the speed. Not easy to win that duel against Emmerich.
It's going to be a good battle to watch this match. They're both guys incredibly quick hands at the net. There it was again, backhand roll.
So it was Pisnik and Emmerich 12-10, 11-6 over Nobler and Hubschman. And we had the match earlier, Gacheva and Acevedo over Greenhut and Dancourt, 11-4, 11-7. Three, 0-2, quick start for Nico and Krista.
Good hands. Good anticipation. Paddle out, paddle ready. Just forced a long shot by Nico. You see a lot of cat and mouse early in this match, trying to figure out each other, trying to figure out what style of play they're going to try to do against the opposition. The wind, although the wind may beat them all at this point.
1-3-1. Big drive by Emmerich. Second serve coming up. Well, Martin Emmerich, quite an accomplished pro tennis career. That's going to drop in the corner. Well rolled. Good touch by Acevedo.
I think Tina there just thought it was going to go out, and again the wind will play a little bit of tricks on you. Kind of died that ball, just left it in the back corner.
A good lead by Emmerich, who was ATP doubles rankings of 35th in the world back in 2013. The left-handed German. And his partner, quite a player as well. Played in the Miami Open. Reached 29th in the world. And that right into the body of Nico. And unfortunately, Coach Mack, I don't know if you know, but a car accident ended her tennis career. Out of Sylvania. Went into coaching and now high-level pickleball.
It's great to see her back and playing, and opportunity to continue to compete at a high level.
inside out, bring in the heat. It's a tough serve, Mac.
Yeah, he's got some power on it for sure. You could tell what she was trying to do there. She's trying to keep it low with that backspin slice, because when that ball's hanging up there, he's really going to come, and you know his drive is difficult to control. There she goes. Good hands, good battle. Ready that time. You can tell the emotion from her. She's walking back. A little frustrated with the point a couple times ago, but that one's terrific.
Ogacheva getting better and better, more comfortable on the pickleball court. Another transfer from tennis. Oh, nice little drop volley by Emmerich.
Nico's like, after all that, you have to, you're going to force me to try to get up there? A little too difficult that time.
Oh, great rally.
He's starting to impose himself. You can tell he's poaching a little bit more. He's anticipating. He's playing a little bit more of the center of the court, trying to dictate the play, move the ball around side to side.
Put away by Acevedo. Just finished his playing career at FAU down the street in Boca for head coach Ricardo Gonzalez. And the Chilean, so skilled, and Mac, he had a great season too. We talked about Acevedo qualifying for the ITA's Nationals, won the ITA South region, defeating FSU, UM, UF, and Georgia, his doubles team. That ball deep.
Transition's not as easy as a lot of people think. When you make that transition from tennis to pickleball, certainly the kitchen play comes into the biggest aspect of what tennis players are, gravitate to really have to focus on. Also, sometimes the footwork. Sometimes, when you're up at the net, the kitchen line, your feet get crossed up a little bit, and certainly something that a lot of players have to work on as they transfer from tennis to pickleball.
Good job by Pesnik dropping that perfectly at the feet. 5-3-1. And that ball lands right on the line. Exceptional pass by Acevedo.
Again, it's that backhand roll. I'm incredibly impressed with that shot. It's really a definite weapon of his. You can tell he's comfortable taking that shot. It's so quick, it's hard to pick up and read.
So they get a much needed side out.
It's 3-5-1 if I heard that correct.
3-5-1, I think so, yeah.
Should be 3-5-2 now.
Nico a little upset with himself. Pulled up a bit on the two-hander. Oh, quite a spin serve. Good save by Pesnik. Emmerich, that misdirection into the body, Kacheva. That's where the wind comes into play. again. So a couple of wind-blown balls, and it's 7-4-1 here in the winner's bracket final. Emmerich attacking and then checking to make sure his opponent's okay. It's a tough one, Mac. I mean, you got to go for the kill right there, right? You don't want to hurt anybody, but.
Yeah, and to be fair, she says, hey, no problem, good shot. It's just part of the game, great poach. Certainly wasn't trying to hurt her in any way, but, you are aggressive. You're coming across, you've committed to the shot, and you go with the power. Sometimes you drive it right at their body, and to be fair, it was a great shot, and she responded in kind and told him so. Great shot, a little frustrated that it happened, of course, but had no problem with the shot itself. Great anticipation, and he's been covering a little bit more and more of the court, as you've seen. He's certainly shifting over. He's daring them to go down his down line. And one of the things when the wind is so strong like this, really makes those a lot of people say, well, you're playing two opponents. In some way, you can look at it like you're also playing the baseline, the two sidelines as well. Especially when it's this windy, trying to get those accuracy shots down line is a real challenge. So it does enable you the opportunity to poach and cheat in a little bit more, and he's. Emmerich's certainly done a great job of that so far here in this game one.
Helping his team to this lead here, drawing the timeout from Acevedo and Kacheva.
I think we saw it last match. Timeouts are very effective. Typically, in high percentage of success rate in timeouts. I think last match we saw 3 successful timeouts, where the team that called the timeout had the next either point or side out. So we'll see if that trend continues here in this next match.
8-4-1, Pisnik serving.
Not that time.
You look for Acevedo to get more involved here.
You certainly think so. I think he's got to come over a little bit more, be a little bit more aggressive, like he was there.
Goodbye.
Yep. You saw it that time. Again, that time he did poach over a little bit. Set his partner up, and then ultimately the rebound for the kill shot for him as well. So you may start to see a little bit of that, where the one partner cheats a little bit more and tries to anticipate the shots and poach a little bit.
We'll talk about wrist and hand strength. It doesn't take much for him to generate power. Pisnik, good ball movement. Well done.
Incredible patience. Very composed, very under control there. Kept moving the ball side to side. Wasn't a consistent shot. Different speeds, different elevations. Excellent form of dinking.
I think she hit every spot in the kitchen in that rally. Watch out.
Yep. When he gets in those battles, his hands are so quick. He's ready to win those returns.
Difficult degree there of difficulty by Emmerich. Try to pull it off. It's 5-10-1. Make it 6. Comeback attempt here in game one. Kacheva still on first serve. Now what a shot by Nico. Three straight. And here they come. They're going to get a timeout. Emmerich and Pisnik, 4 consecutive back.
It's a great run, good anticipation, and you see it quite a bit in the game. And again, we talked about the psychology earlier, but when you've got one team trailing and they were down, what, 5-10, I think it was, and what you start to see is a little bit more aggressiveness. You know, you play a little bit more aggressive. Sometimes when you're up, play a little bit more tentative, and, you know, just like this, they work themselves back into the game. And a little bit, you take a little bit more risk when you're behind. You know, maybe a little bit harder shots, a little bit more difficult angles. And just the opposite sometimes when you're up and you have the lead, you become a little bit more tentative. And I'd like to see him here, you know, go back to a little bit what he was doing, control a little bit more of the center, and really dare him to go down the line on him as he was doing before. But all things to be considered, incredible job here by Nico and Krista to work their way back, and they definitely have made a game out of this first one.
Pisnik and Emmerich actually had a chance. They served for the game at 10-4. Now their lead dwindled to 2. Krista serving. A good roll there. Went for that corner, but better read by Emmerich to let that fly.
Side out.
And Nico thought about going for that ball, Mac.
A little bit of mix-up. They both were a little bit hesitant in terms of who was going to take it. Just went into the net.
So they'll do it again. Third try here at sealing game 1. And there it is, a big yes from Martin Emmerich as they wrap up game 1. But we see we're in for a good battle. Game 2 should be entertaining when we come back here. The mixed pro doubles winners bracket final. Krista Gacheva serving to open game 2 in the final here in mixed. Pisnik and Emmerich working very well together as a tandem. You feel that, Mac?
Yeah, they certainly have a good chemistry. You can tell they played quite a bit leading up to this and other matches before. They really are in sync.
They took game 1 11-8. It's a nice comeback by Acevedo and Gacheva at the end of game 1, and sometimes that really helps propel you in game 2.
The wind coming into factor there. This time they're against the wind. And sometimes, as I said before, sometimes you can be a little bit more aggressive against the wind. You can put a little bit more top spin on the ball, and we'll see if that's the case here.
Ooh, Gacheva just a little bit out front there. A quick 3 points on the board. On first serve. Make it second. Get the side out, little work to do here. Emmerich coming over with the poach. Gacheva really tries to wrap around that ball. It's tough to generate that spin and keep it under control in this wind. Emmerich again.
You see how far he stepped over again. He's really daring them to go down line, and so far, you know, you'd like to see Nico challenge him down line a couple times, just trying to keep him honest, keeping him away from the middle so much.
There he goes again. He called it back. He's got that ability. He's got such a strong base and quick laterally. Doesn't hurt that he's a southpaw as well.
He's got a definitely big wingspan, covers the court well. And again, you know, if you play it down line to him, you're playing to his backhand. But so far, they keep trying to go cross court. And a couple times now, the ball's hit the top of the net, so it's held up nicely for him to take advantage.
Yeah, have they gotten too predictable?
You know, sometimes when, you know, you kind of get in a rut and you're trying to force it, sometimes you take a step back here. I'll be interested with this timeout if they recognize it and make that adjustment. Sometimes it's just, you know, trying to figure out another option, another opportunity, different way that they're going to try to attack. Sometimes it's speeding it up, sometimes slowing it down. Nico's got such great hands. He's just hadn't gotten in a lot of hands battles. It's just kind of a little bit of, you know, cross-court dinking between really all four of them have kind of been in different dinking battles with each other pretty consistently. But you'd like to see Nico speed it up a little bit more. Try to go at the body, look for some hands battles back and forth. I really think that's his strength. Let's see if he can get into some of those here as the game progresses.
Yeah. He'll have to match Emmerich right now because he is making a statement out there. There he goes again, and that's just what you call for, Mac.
Yep. Great job. Hands were ready. Anticipated the poach that time. Kind of read it well. Clearly probably something they talked about in the timeout was how do we handle him poaching so much, and that time they were ready.
Gacheva does have that shot. I've seen her utilize it where it makes it look easier than it is. An inside-out backhand spin, cross court. Emmerich flying open a bit there, so they do get the side out. Down 6. There it was. Didn't convert. Deep serve. Emmerich just waiting on that ball. There you go. Put it in tight.
payback to the body from that one right before the timeout. She's like, I'll take that. And in kind, he responds, says, hey, good shot. It's fair.
All right, side out. Will this be the moment for Gacheva and Acevedo to get right back in this match? Ooh, right idea. Just pull the string.
Ball in the court.
That first time that's happened, they've got some nice guards built in between the 3 championship courts underneath the signage. Right down the ab.
Held up nicely for him, didn't it?
Second serve. Yeah, good spot by Tina there. They do find the scoreboard back, but only 1 point. They still face a 5-point deficit.
Again, I keep saying it, but it's a kind of broken record. He keeps trying to go cross court. I'd like to see him go down line. It's a difficult shot, though, to be fair. It's especially with the wind in that direction as it is.
Emmerich, a big yes. He has been attacking, finishing, but you got to credit Pisnik, because she has been so solid, Mac, really setting up her partner.
Absolutely. You know, the unique thing about her watching here, this is the first time I've seen her live, she really changes speeds really well. Time she drops, and the other time she's just going to go for the kill, and she takes a little bit off of it. And it's really about the directional placement of her shots. A lot of times she takes some speed off of it, puts a little bit of spin, a little bit of roll, drops it at the foot. Very difficult angles, which she really challenges her opponents with. Really impressive as I've watched her here today.
Good attacking there. Well, like you've been calling for, you got to keep them honest. You go right at them on that side just to keep them from poaching. Big point here. And they get the side out. Well, they made a run at the end of game 1. We'll see if they have one in them here in game 2. Some wheels.
That's, impressive. Impressive.
I didn't think Nico had a chance at that ball off the net. He came in from the baseline.
Yeah, I completely agree. Incredible athleticism, and you know, very impressed with him when I watched Nico last game. Just his quickness, his court coverage, his hands battles. As you said, he's kind of coming in from transfer, a little bit younger of a player, but boy, has he got a career ahead of him. If he continues to play, grow, and learn, he has got a definite career opportunity in this game for sure.
Yeah, that looked good. Into the corner by Emmerich. He's solidifying the call there. It was quite a defensive stand by Gacheva initially.
I think Nico actually turned his back. He thought that there was no chance, and she did incredibly well to return that.
Quick flick. 3-9-2, inching back. Ooh, at open court, did not connect. Mac. That was a well-played point by Acevedo and Gacheva, but Emmerich showing off all the skills.
Good patience there. Kind of an outwit, outlast concept on that one. Out.
Oh, just deep, and that will finish this match. 11-8, 11-3 dominant performance in the second by Pisnik and Emmerich as they rolled over a good Gacheva Acevedo team. So wouldn't be surprised possibly these two face off again. But for now, it is Emmerich and Pisnik sealing a spot on Medal Championship Sunday for gold. And we will have more to come here on Championship Court 1. quite a first point to open play here. Sperling Marario against Chad Flynn and Tim Feichner. Feichner drops that in. Flynn and Feichner winning in 3 over Napartovich and Perez. Marario and Sperling winning easily their first 2 rounds, the last one defeating Myers, Sinet, and Levine. And that landed somehow. What a reaction there from Chad Flynn. So quite a start for Flynn and Feichner, bringing an immense amount of energy to the court here early, despite the long 3-game match. Sperling's like a wall, though, trying to go right at the body. Second serve. 0-4-2. Nice start for Flynn and Feichner. And they get the quick side out as well. Ball drops wide. So a great start for Feichner and Flynn. Second serve, up 5. Here in the semifinal match. In men's senior doubles. So side out as Marario and Sperling look for their first point of the match. One 5-1. And trying to judge that wind is Chad Flynn. Couple points on the board from Marario and Sperling. And we want to welcome in Yui from Tyrol Shoes. Great to have you, Yui. I know you're busy down there. Get a lot of traffic for you.
Yes, sir. Hey, Ari. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, good to see you, and great to have you as one of the sponsors as Sperling takes it to the body of Chad Flynn. And Yui, your impression of the grounds here at beautiful Delray Beach Tennis and Pickleball Center.
Oh my goodness, you couldn't. What more could you ask for? Sunshine, a huge crowd, lots of players. It really is, you know, a sight to behold, and it's amazing to see how much pickleball is growing here.
And your traffic downstairs, I see a ton of people down there. It should only increase over the weekend.
Exactly. Yeah, looking forward to that.
So you guys are building these exclusive shoes, and these are gorgeous. I might have to go buy one right after this game.
Yeah. So this is the first purpose-built pickleball shoe to market, created by pickleball players for pickleball players. And we've done a lot to take into the kinetic movement of pickleball and how different it is from other court sports, and built the shoe around that.
Well, it is a lovely looking shoe, and the support different in pickleball. How?
Oh, okay. So, whereas a lot of court shoes are concerned about the aerodynamics forward and backward, we know with pickleball there's a lot more lateral movement. So we've gone ahead and widened the toe box to give more lateral support to our players. And with the heel counter and the toe clips in place, these are all features that we've implemented to prevent injury and therefore enhance performance. We also have partnered with Vibram to create a sole that will withstand the silica grit and the hot surfaces that players play on. So our shoes last a lot longer than our competitors.
So you're saying everybody in South Florida needs to go get these? Like
That's
right now.
That's
it is
what I'm
mid-May. It's in the mid-80s.
Exactly. And so if you're finding that you're going through the shoes that you're wearing, 2-3 weeks, a month at a time, you definitely want to get a pair of tie rolls on your feet so that you get more bang for your pickleball buck.
Morario and Sperling inching back 7-3. Good start here for Flynn and Fickner. Sperling serving. So the demographics that you're really looking for, and these are really cool looking shoes, Yui. Are you expecting more of this this youth movement to start wearing these, but with the stability, certainly work for the older population as well?
We find pickleball players of all shapes and sizes, of all ages, they can all benefit from more support, more stability, more breathability in their footwear. Our job is to make footwear that'll have you not think about your feet while you're on the court, thereby keeping you on the court for as long as you're physically able to stay on the court.
Mircha trying that spin serve in the wind. It's kind of think it hasn't quite worked for him that well. Tough to judge and place it precisely. But certainly a look, Yui, that's going to appeal to the younger generation as well. Those are really sharp.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we definitely went a little crazy with the colorways, and there's a lot to offer in that. If you just go online at TyrellPickleball.com, you'll see all the multitude of colors we have to offer, and there's more coming this October. New product. We're always updating as the game changes and evolves. So do we, and so does our product and our approach to how we design the footwear.
8-4. Trying to wrap that and curl it in. Difficult to gauge in the wind. So Morario and Sperling, certainly you'd figure a heavy favorite coming in this bracket. Do you have some favorite players, Yui?
I do. I'm a big fan of Elise Jones. I'm a big fan of Tyson McGuffin. It's more of a personality thing for me.
4-8-2. And what a save, defensive play there by Tim Fickner. As Fickner and Flynn, these guys, they look like they're in terrific shape, and they've brought a ton of energy. And Fickner finding that gap in the defense. Putting it down. It's now 9-4. 2 points away for game one. Going behind Morario, and we've got a game point. These guys look like they could play all day.
It looks like the sun's not even getting to them. I don't know how they do it. I'm in this booth right now, and my kneecaps are sweating.
But your shoes and your feet are feeling good.
Oh, they are. I could be on my feet all day in these. That's the nice thing about them.
So second try at game one here with Fichtner serving. A little confusion there, but Sperling able to react. Oh, good patience, and then Sperling found a ball he could work with. They get the side out to stay in here, game one. So great reset by Sperling, and then a little fortuitous tape shot. And Morario pegs Fichtner. 6-10. Ooh, talk about a break there. Net court push it to second serve. Sperling puts it away, and well, you got to love the numbers, Yui, where just this game of pickleball adding so many players seemingly every day.
Yeah, I hear by the end of this year we're going to have about 30 million registered players just in North America alone, and that to me that's astounding.
Yeah, that was just wide, so the lead has been cut to 3. Third attempt at game one here. And a foot fault called in the kitchen there from Flynn. And they will not do it on this service try. So Morario and Sperling alive, having scored 3 unanswered. Make it 4. Watch out now. Will we get a timeout? Ooh, Sperling thought he had his opportunity. Pulled the trigger a little deep. 8-10-2. Now this is where those tie roll shoes really come into play late in games, Yui.
It is. This is where we separate the platinum from the bronze, I think they call it, right? And tie roll shoes will certainly do what they can to make sure that you're staying on your feet all the way to the end.
10-8-1.
Let's see if they could do it now. Flynn and Fichtner. Not yet. What defense? ATP stayed well wide. So I think this is their 6th shot to wrap up the game.
10-8-2.
had that feeling if they didn't wrap it up there, they could be in trouble. As the experience and ability of Mircha and Sperling starting to take effect. Now within one. Tough to defeat Mararu in those speed ups. We're tied at 10. You do wonder if that timeout's coming now. It is a 6-point run, and there it is. And they'll take a timeout, and we'll thank you, Yui, for being a great sponsor here of the Delray Beach Pickleball Open.
Appreciate you, Ari. Thanks for taking the time.
Okay.
Cheers.
Yui of Tyrol Shoes. And one of the terrific sponsors we have here at the 3rd annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open here at the Delray Tennis and Pickleball Stadium, hosted by FosterEventsGroup. Carl and his team doing a tremendous job. This is a beautiful center court. We are live streaming. Thanks for joining us here on Inside World Pickleball on YouTube. You can also catch the stream on Pickleball Cards. That's pbcards.net. They're like baseball cards, but way more fun. They are digital, and they feature you. Get your own pickleball card. You don't have to be Paris Todd or one of the famous players at Johnson, but pickleball cards. So after the timeout, a second serve opportunity for Sperling and Mararu to take their first lead of this game one. They have been trailing throughout. They get the timeout side out. It felt like all the momentum was on Mararu and Sperling's side, having run off 6 straight, and those giveaways costly. Ooh, that ball hung up for Mircha, maybe even too long in the wind. Mistimed it. So the 7th game point at 11-10. Ducking out of the way, Sperling. Good agility by John. So 10-11-1. Game one. That was a quality serve by Mircha. Ton of spin deep in the corner. We're tied 11, still looking for their first lead of the match. And there it is, 12-11-1. They had trailed 10-4 in this one. Oh, redirect just missing it. So second serve for game one. Their second attempt. Flynn and Fichtner have had 7 opportunities unofficially. Millette is called. Ball on court. Sperling having a little fun. Always in good humor, Sperling. Goes in tight, out of the air, the put away. What a save. Look at this defense. Oh, and the change up by Sperling is the one to do Fichtner and Flynn in game one. 13-11, what a comeback. We'll be back for more here. Men's senior doubles. Okay, a little confusion here at the beginning of game two. It was quite a comeback for Morario and Sperling trailing 10-4, facing multiple game points, fighting them off, eventually coming back to win it 13-11. So you wonder what Flynn and Fichtner have left in the tank. They played a long 3-game match in the prior round. And that will sail along side out. First point on the scoreboard for Mircha. And John. It was a quick, aggressive start for Fichtner and Flynn. Mircha coming all the way over on the poach. One, 0-2. That's deep. Win behind Flynn on that serve. So points at a premium for Flynn and Fichtner after cruising to a 10-4 lead in the first, but since then it has been tough sailing. Mircea thought he stuck that one. He was getting ready to slap panels with Sperling.
1-0-2.
Yeah, that's deep. Zero, 1-2. Well, you can see many of these senior pros are champions in the NPL, their event schedule coming up at Chicken and Pickle. Beginning soon, actually, that first weekend of June in Dallas. First weekend of July in Overland Park, Kansas. July 29th back in Dallas. August 12th in Wichita. September 16th in San Antonio. And then October 13th, championship weekend in Phoenix. Boca Raton Picklers. Team owners Carl Foster,
1-0-2.
Rick Redemar of the Picklers. Many of the Picklers playing in this event. Nice attack by Mircea. So we look forward to the NPL. The hidden ball trick, Sperling able to come up with it. Return sails off of the paddle of Flynn. 3-0-2. Mircea, he's trying to stay precise with those serves, but extra degree of difficulty with this wind. And just deep, Flynn thought he landed just long. Again, that wind at the back of Flynn and Fichtner. First point of the second. 1-3-2. Ball was closer than I anticipated. Fichtner able to get a lot of spin on that ball. Good attack there. Our sponsors here at the Delray Beach Pickleball Open, USA Pickleball, Celsius, of course, Foster Events Group, the National Pickleball Expo, Boca Raton Picklers of the NPL. Another side out. Pickle TV, Inside World Pickleball, World Pickleball Group, Vitality Wellness, PB 1965. They provide the uniforms of the Boca Raton Picklers. They've got a new panel coming to the market. Of course, Tyrol, Oso, Fury, the ball which will be used by the NPL. Big come on from Flynn as that one lands in. Also RevTech, official bag provider for the NPL. Splish National Sports, Prime IV. The Pickleball Open, of course, presented by Baptist Health and Palm Beach County Sports Commission. Three, two, one, Sperling. Make it 4. Good battle, though, by Flynn and Fichtner. They didn't let that game 1 huge comeback by Sperling and Mararu get them down. They have really competed here continuously. And right off the wrist and onto the far side court. So 6-2. Sperling and Mararu really with their first comfortable lead of the match. That will drift out. Seven, 2-1. And Mararu showing off all court skills there. He's got the speed, very quick, and his ability moving forward, top tier. So a timeout for Fichtner and Flynn. We'll take a brief break and be back here in game 2. Good attack after the timeout by Tim Fichtner. Right into the body of the attack and make it 9-2-2. Oh, bad break. Fortuitous net court winner for Mararu and Sperling. And they have a match point, running off 7 consecutive. And that will do it, 11-2. After an enormous comeback in game 1 to take that 13-11. So Mararu and Sperling moving on to the winners bracket final. They await the winner of Rose and Adara they are waiting to play the winner of Rosenthal and Middleman or Wilson and McLean. So we will be back here from the Delray Beach Pickleball Open. Yeah, we've got a match for you here up to 15. Eric Wilson, Todd McLean against Tom DiCaprio and Brian Pointer. Wilson serving. Off McLean's paddle and deep. So DiCaprio Pointer victorious 15-10 over Fisher and Mendelson, trying to battle back in the back. McLean and Wilson were defeated in the front by Rosenthal and Middleman. Two 0-1. Ooh. Good follow up there, Mac.
Good shot, good hands. So for those new to the game, we have this is what they call the backside of the draw. Some people call it the loser's bracket. Of course, that's a little bit more offensive. We don't want to use loser's bracket. So we'll say backside of the draw.
That doesn't make anybody feel good.
Right. But for those new to the game, this is, I believe it's 1 game to 15 here. I would assume they'll probably switch at 8. Working their way back up. Still have an opportunity to move up into medal rounds in this situation. It's kind of like an opportunity bracket, some people would say as well.
That's more positive.
There we go, opportunity bracket.
In the Champions League, not the seniors.
Bringing out some soccer reference terms there.
Oh, yeah.
Wind continues to be a factor for those not here. Certainly see the little bushes in behind. Definitely a difficult aspect to navigate as players start out early games here.
.502, good start for Wilson and McLean. Good to see our friend Derek Prince over there.
Had to go down and say hello to him. There's certain aspects of, just people in the game you think of that are kind of legends to the game. He is certainly one of them.
I agree.
He is very well renowned, very well known, and a very incredible professional in how he carries himself.
First point for DiCaprio and Pointer. Tom will be playing in the NPL. Good serve off the baseline. Ooh, good sequence, just unable to finish it. Yeah, DiCaprio's looking around like, where is the wind coming from and which way is it blowing?
It certainly is circling around, that's for sure. It's not necessarily one direction. Of course, inside the stadium, it even accentuates that fact of kind of different patterns of wind and different angles.
Yeah, good reach there by Pointer. .151, Pointer and DiCaprio trying to string together some points. DiCaprio just fired it into the wind, and it went all the way to Boynton. Hey, right down the Ave. Pick your establishment.
Little change of pace there, caught them both off. They both looked at each other and smiled and said, "Ah, you got us." Still talking about it and laughing.
Try to return the favor down the center line, just a little deep. Well done by Brian Pointer. Right through the legs. Mixed pro doubles here today. Senior men's doubles, senior women's doubles as well. Tomorrow's schedule will have men's and women's pro doubles. The seniors will play mixed. A couple balls that looked like they were going to sail that were struck. That one, there was no doubt.
That's where the wind plays a little bit of factor in your mind. You know, there's that hesitancy of, should I keep it? Should I play it? Is it going to go out? Sometimes you play those balls more safe than sorry type of concept. Can catch you up, though, if you try to be too aggressive.
Oh, exquisite defense by Todd McLean. And Wilson, a fortuitous finish.
Oh.
Ouch. Hopefully Todd okay, getting up a little gimpy. Moving left, ball went right, weight went left.
He's got a smile on his face. That's what
Good.
you look for.
Yeah, good to see. Yeah. McLean's been good. Don't test him. Timeout. Pointer and DiCaprio. And we will take a quick TO with you here from Delray Beach. So after a brief break with the changing of sides, as we reach the 8-point mark here in a game to 15, we'll see if that wind plays an advantage on a particular side. It's hard to judge because you feel like the wind's at your back when you're on that north side, the far side, and yet it's swirling so much, Mac. It's difficult to predict.
You again, you saw several times they're playing balls that were high or just out, and again, it kind of plays with your mind. A little bit of half-second delay, whether you choose to, you know, take an out ball or you think it's going to drop in.
Derek Prince keeping everybody and everything organized.
I think what I'm hearing here is they're trying to determine if he's first server or second server, I think was the conversation they're trying to establish here.
Okay. Oh, DiCaprio quickly elevating.
So it was 2, so now it's 2-8, I believe.
2-8-1. Good drive. Don't test him up there again. DiCaprio not only has good height, but he's quick upstairs.
McLean goes, was that good enough? Was that high enough for you?
Yeah.
Do you want it another inch higher? Or sometimes in the competitive nature of the game, things like that happen. You just digress, and sometimes you just laugh at yourself.
Well, McLean got the best of that exchange. Yeah. He put it down by his feet. That's safer. (3-8-2). Yeah, DiCaprio looking down. I think that was going to be out. 8-3-1. Yeah, tough to slice in that direction unless you're aiming from the side for the sideline, Mac.
Yeah, you could tell that was going to go in, and the wind just blew it left to right, just out by a few inches.
Timeout taken here, and we will take one with the players. We'll be back here from center court at the Delray Beach Pickleball Open.
Timeouts, 2 timeouts, time in, 9-3-2.
Well, Derek Prince says time in. 9-3-2. This one to 15 in the back. Brian Pointer, extremely accurate with his dinking ability.
3-9-1.
Well placed. Making it look easy, Eric Wilson. Temperature just getting warmer out here. The afternoon goes on. Very hot sun. The average temperatures here in Delray Beach this time of year, high 86, low 71. I think we're upper 80s today.
Makes for a challenge. One of the things when I work with players just getting to learn the game is, you know, when you play rec play, you know, you're only out a couple minutes, max 10, 15 minutes. These guys, it's a battle of attrition all day long matches.
That's got to be more than half the battle, right, Mac? It's just the endurance factor. The less time you spend on court, the bigger advantage, obviously.
Sometimes you see teams get hot, you know, especially coming from the backdraw or opportunity bracket, if you will. They're, you know, they have to play their way through, and often they play more matches than those in the you know, up top or in the winners bracket. So sometimes they can get on a run coming through that back draw and really kind of grow in their confidence.
Well, most days that drops on the line, but the wind pushes that deep. 12-4-2. Wilson gets a little help from the net. Good save by DiCaprio, and that earns his side a point, or the side out at least. The wind gusting up now. DiCaprio frustrated.
Oh.
And there's that wind as an umbrella is blown over. Good to see the young ladies, fans over there okay. Serve was deep. Lee Rosenthal over to the rescue. And we're going to get timeout at match point 14-4-1. Big high five from Wilson and McLean. They've been solid, Mac.
I think that's, you know, sometimes the difference of a match is unforced errors. And I think they've just done an incredible job at returning things. They've kept it simple. They haven't been too aggressive. I think they've just been, in some regards, a bit defensive in terms of their shot selection. They've made intelligent decisions. They've done really well resetting shots.
Yep.
They've played angles really well. They've dinked really well. And again, I think you know, we don't have the stat on it particularly, but I would be sure the unforced error concept, you know, statistically would definitely be in their favor. And I think that's really been the difference in the two, you know, for the match. And, you know, they're on, you know, match point at this point, 14-4.
Still on the first serve. Let's see if the timeout helps get them back in this one. And there you go.
Good composure, good anticipation. Still have one more match point opportunity.
McLean, backhand punch.
Again, two great resets in a row. There it is.
Well designed by McLean. So 15-4, so McLean and Wilson remain alive in the back draw. This is the third annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open presented by Baptist Health and Palm Beach Sports Commission. We've got more coming up. Good start for Moraryu and Sperling. We get a treat for you here, the Delray Beach Pickleball Open. It is the senior men's doubles main bracket final. The winner qualifies for Sunday gold. Good matchup, Mac. I know you were looking forward to seeing this matchup with Rose and Andara against Sperling and Moraryu.
Had a chance to watch these guys throughout the course of the day, and I think, you know, we've talked about this point here. You know, we've talked about consistency through the course of the day. I think these two teams clearly deserve to be here. They've been very consistent in terms of their performance. They've both been impressive to watch. A little bit different styles, so I think as this match unfolds, we'll see a little bit of that. Interested to see how it goes.
Couple of net balls, and it does go Andara Rose way. Now Sperling and Moraryu had a slow start in their previous match. A fierce comeback to take that game against Flynn and Fichtner. We'll see how they begin the final.
Just touched his shoulder, I believe. Yep.
One 0-2. Trish Stewart, the official. Well, that's tough winning those firefights against Mircea.
Yeah, he's been impressive through the course of the day. I've seen him, you know, he hasn't lost very many of those hands battles. He, great timing, good anticipation, and he usually, you know, does really well at attacking feet in those hands battles. He has a great hand-eye coordination ability to speed it up and slow it down through the course of the day. He's been impressive.
Yeah, he's got that all-court game too. He can drive the ball so well. Good work by Andara. Andara, he doesn't look overheated in there. He's kind of in that black with the long sleeve, and it's hot out there.
Yeah.
Must be lightweight gear.
Yep. Well, these guys' fitness hasn't appeared to take much a toll on them. They're still playing at a pretty high level.
Rose and Andara, they are sharp early. Good combination. They seem to really work together well.
Good anticipation, good read. You can tell they kept going cross court. Ultimately, Sperling just mixed it up, challenged him, challenged Rose a little bit to the middle there, popped it up, and Mircea put it away. Again, Mircea with the backhand, good anticipation. The setup by Sperling. It's kind of been a quick little trend we're seeing here in 3 or 4 rallies. We've seen back and forth, a little back and forth with Rose and Sperling, and ultimately Mircea has finished it off with a backhand a few times now in a row.
Still looking for their first point. Or are you, Sperling? Rose really likes that backhand up at the kitchen line, doesn't he?
Definitely comfortable there.
is again. He kind of leans that way, takes it so far out front. And we saw his ability, Mac, in the previous match to deliver different points of the court with different speeds.
I've been very impressed with his intelligence of the game throughout the day. Of course, being from the area, I've heard about Steve quite a bit. Certainly an ambassador of the game, very well liked, done incredible things for the game and the growth of the sport. Definitely a knowledgeable player as well. Clearly coming out and a well-deserved opportunity here at the final on Sunday.
Four 4-0-2.
Rinse, repeat. Hands battle. Mircha with the backhand put away.
Men's senior final here. Winner looking for a spot on Sunday. Medal championship Sunday for gold. Turn up the heat. Doesn't take much for Mircha to generate that velocity with the forehand. He can bring it. Sperling attacking. Yeah. Fortunate.
A little banter back and forth. Laugh said, "Hey, okay, you know, I'll take that one. I got a little lucky." Part of the game. Happens for both teams through the course of the game several times.
2-4-2. Sperling able to scream out for Mircha to leave it. Side out, but 3 points put up by Morario, and Sperling right back in it. Good dig. Goes with the lob. Very tricky in these conditions. Speaking of ambassadors of the game, Mac, sorry to cut you off, but John Sperling as well.
Those new to pickleball, it's one of the great things about the sport. It's an easy sport to pick up. Difficult to master. The more you play the game, the more you realize there's behind it. But it's the learning curve is very quick. And those that have been playing it a while, it's sharing the wealth of knowledge that all four of these guys have is nothing but excellent for growth of the sport. The opportunity around them, and we mentioned before, but as you say, how many courts are there? Here at the complex?
Yeah, we got 3 championship, 27 courts on the grounds.
Yeah. Fantastic opportunity, great setting. And again, you've got players at all levels playing around here at the same time. Get a chance to come watch the pros and then go play in their own match.
Yeah.
There's that backhand again.
Yeah, Morario, also known for that fierce forehand in many circles, but it's been that backhand punch volley is. You don't see Sperling often. You drive the ball, use that big wind up there. Oh, behind the back.
Oh. There's your highlight reel for the day.
Highlight film stuff from Matthew and Dara behind the back. Could not win the point, but wins the highlight. 5-4-2, first lead of the day for Sperling and Mararu in this match.
Shots like that just show you the incredible level of hand-eye coordination, that quickness to react to the ball, instincts take over. Really, really enjoyable to see from a fan spectator viewpoint to see shots like that.
Yeah, that was deep. Talk about that hand-eye ability and the quickness of the volleys that we're seeing. How much, a lot of that's natural skill, of course, but how much is that learned from practice time?
Well, when we were on earlier, I was listening to Megan share, and one of the things that she pointed out, very key concept, is drilling, the importance of drilling. A lot of players, of course, want to get out and play in games, but I saw a video recently in a 1 hour drilling session, over 5,000 shots on average of a pro-to-pro drilling session. So that repetition certainly is key in improving the hand-eye coordination.
Miscommunication, won't see that happen often. But they're on a 7-0 run here after trailing 4-zip. Reset.
What a point.
Ooh, too good.
Incredible job resetting, had their hands out in front of them, waited for that opportunity, found themselves back in and won the point.
Comes up shallow and side out, much needed there. Again, Dara's looking up at you, Mac. You're looking for answers. He found
There's
one.
what I told him. There's what I told him. Wait for the pop-up and go with the feet.
Yeah, brilliant. Two-time National Coach of the Year. You heard him right here. Of course, that was on the soccer pitch, but man knows pickleball too.
Just like that, 7-6. What is 6-7-1, right? Serving rows. Yep.
That's deep. Interesting service motion here on Rose, and the path is almost sidearm. I guess he gets underneath it enough where it's not in question.
Well, the thing that he does when he comes from that side, obviously the officials will be watching him, referees will be watching him tightly, but what that does is that creates that side spin.
Oh yeah.
And it keeps the ball low, so it almost skips. So returning it can be a little bit of a challenge because it doesn't sit up for him.
Locked up at 7. Winners bracket final. Oh, Mircha wants that one back.
Leans over and looks at the ball like, no.
Yeah.
Should have gone over.
Leaping out of his shoes. Longest point of the day here on court one, and another pretty good look there.
Patience prevailed. Just like that. Worked their way back into the match. 7-7 on one on serve.
Yep, touchdown apiece.
So far this game is kind of playing out how we anticipated. Two really good teams through the course of the day, battling it out. Clearly deserve to be here. A lot of fun getting to see these teams play against each other.
And that one lands whether it got a piece of Sperling or not. Of no significance. And it's Rose and Ndara battling back, and now they are on top with 5 straight of their own. And right down the Ave, fading to his left, quite a forehand bullet there by Matthew Ndara.
Game point.
Sperling just a brick wall with a paddle out in front of it.
Saw that all the way in, didn't he? Very composed on that drive. Soft hands, dropped it down, made it challenging to return. Great job.
Man, look at that. Moraru and Sperling, we saw it in the prior match. They faced 7 game points, fought them all off, came back to win that game against Flynn and Feichner.
Interesting, there's been no timeouts this game. Both continuing to play through it. There's kind of been a couple runs for both teams now. Tight game, 8-10 on one.
Yeah, we'll see if it's another run. This has been a first game of runs. Oh, so close, and that was big. Net ball drifted deep. Instead, second serve. And again, deep. Another opportunity at it, their third to wrap up game one. Rose. And there it is. Wynn gets a hold of that ball. 11-8 the score in game one. In a good one here in the main bracket final. Welcome back. Thanks for tuning in. Inside World Pickleball here on YouTube. Also available Facebook, and we'll be on Amazon Pickle TV. Game 2, 11-8. Rose and Endara in the first, trying to take down the 1 seed. Mac, I know you were anticipating this matchup, and it did not disappoint in the first.
It's different styles of teams, but clearly what we had hoped for. 2 quality teams battling it out. Clearly, again, it deserved to be in the final. Either one of these teams for their performance through the course of the day.
Yep, ducking out of the way. Second serve, scoreless here thus far. Second game. Turn up the heat. Mircha dancing out of the way. Or are you? He moves like a guy in his 20s. Come on.
Incredibly fit. Been playing a long time. Always in the middles. Very well deserved.
Spurley. We talked about those soft hands. What a point.
Point of the day that we've seen so far. That was special. Both guys come to the net, recognize that.
Crowd showing their appreciation. Yeah, most of the crowd in the upper seats, probably out of your picture at home where the shade is. Don't want to be sitting lower baking in this hot sun. Spurley attacking. Taking on that role, John. Usually the anchor, but initiating the action. Well, many great seats here. We've got 1,000 box seats and VIP covered seats and veranda. Oh, try to go back behind him. Zero, 3-2. What adjustments have you seen here? I know one thing I see is Sperling being more aggressive.
I think a few times he was caught a little bit in the transition zone, working his way up to the kitchen last game, and you're starting to see him implement himself a little bit more at the start of this one.
Endara, he has been very solid. To go along with some highlight film type plays. Three, 3-2. Right back in it. 3 straight to answer. Wind continuously gusting up now into the face of Mircha and John. Well, Sperling took it anyway. That was going to go deep.
He just looks over and smiles and says, yeah, but I wanted the kill. It could have gone out, but this way is more fun. Merch is like, okay, I'm with you.
So timeout, 5-3 the score here in game 2. It was 11-8 and quite a battle in the first. We'll take a quick break and be back here in game 2. Second serve. Tough to defend that, Mac.
Yeah, just left it a little bit high, and again, Merch's backhand has been an asset to him, through the course of these 2 games. When you leave it high to him, he certainly is looking to attack your body. Hit that one just high. It's one of the most difficult shots to stop is when you get attacked by your either shoulder, right or left. Sometimes it's called the chicken wing. It's one of the best shots that you can do. Very difficult to defend and return.
So they stop it at a 5-point run for the time being. 3-8-1. A good attack there, reaching over Steve Rose. Game 1 was filled with runs. Let's see if Endara and Rose have one in them right here. Tricky redirect.
Yeah.
Good hands by Mircha.
Yeah, little flick of the wrist. Sometimes I've heard people call that the Spider-Man because the ending motion leaves kind of like you're shooting the web out the wrist. But
yeah.
it's a quick change of direction of your wrist. Looks like you're going to attack down line. And in reality, you tack up the middle. It's a deception kind of oriented shot, but Merchant and Sperling, they read that well.
Yeah, well, they've seen it all. And there is the attack, quick flick.
Good to see James Ignatowicz in the background there, young rising star of the game.
Oh yeah, there's Iggy, his sister playing this tournament, Ava. Couple of former college tennis players.
A lot of discussion about him just in terms of how quickly he's picked up the sport. And getting better and better all the time. He's been in a lot of high-profile games recently, and again, another example, like you said, of a tennis transfer, but a young player coming into the sport and definitely playing it at an incredible level already.
Oh yeah, big time talent. I remember when he was first picking up the game, hitting these courts right here in the back of the Delray Beach Tennis and Pickleball Center. And like you said, Mac, he came quick. He didn't take long, and now at this elite level. Five, 8-1. Ooh, they make the call. Mircha checked his feet after hitting, but evidently he was in that kitchen. Big play there. Now 6. A lot of action on that ball. Spin, wind, you name it.
They're trying to keep the ball down. Again, the more spin you keep on it, it keeps it from popping up. This wind can be a little bit difficult challenge. You're trying to drive these balls low.
Eight, 6-2. Teams very evenly matched. The wheels by Sperling. Ball still in play. Quite a point.
Well, the big fella did well there, didn't he? Incredible quickness, got
Yeah,
across
about
there. Steve Rose just smiles and says, "Oh, come on, you're not supposed to get that."
Oh, Marario fading away. Pretty overhead smash.
Talked about that quickness and athleticism before. Definitely read and anticipated that lob. Took a couple steps back, poised himself, and for the overhead smash. Great job by Marario.
10-6. Timeout, little regroup here. And we will be back for the finish of game 2. Ten, 6-2, Sperling. Looking to close out game 2. And he does, 11-6. After dropping the first 11-8. So we are going 3 here in the main bracket. Senior men's doubles final. We'll be back at the Delray Beach Pickleball Open. beginning of game 3 for a spot in the final on Sunday for gold on the line. You lose this one, you got to play another one for bronze here today, hoping to climb back into the Sunday final. Side out after 1 point on the board to Rose and Andara. They're just been battling it a bit with the serve today between the wind.
Looks a little bit like he's uncomfortable trying to determine, you're right, the wind and his top spin serve, how to drop that in. Wind taking a factor on that one as well.
Sperling ties it. Oh, good read there by John Sperling. Another quality point. We have seen some rallies of significance.
We were talking over the break, just kind of in some ways almost predictable that we've gone to a game 3 here. Certainly not a surprise. Both teams have represented themselves well. Incredibly high level of pickleball through the course of the day, and just more pickleball here in game 3. Exciting to watch, and 2 great teams playing.
Just deep. And Dara Rose checking that call. It was close. Looks like a little cheering section has arrived for Rose and Andara. Oh. Just drops over. Just as Andara planned it. 2-2-2. Deuce is wild. Oh, Rose fighting him off. 4-2-2. The deciding game.
Oh, incredible deception. Sped it up. They weren't ready for it. Went down the middle. Rose was, he's been such a good resetter and dinker through the course of the past 2 games. That time he recognized the hole, sped it up. Certainly weren't ready for it. Incredible shot. Incredibly intelligent decision. Just experience coming out there on that point.
Rose, very tough to predict. Couldn't get out of the way of that one. Midsection in front of paddle. Doesn't work.
Off the net, difficult to defend that. Just a little bit high.
Mircha balancing on that kitchen line. Almost took a dive in. And Steve Rose with some power. Sperling, he's deceptively quick, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is. He anticipates really well. And he, just kind of takes off. He's got a great explosion on his first step. Gets to a lot of balls you might not think he would. It's been a few times today. They've tried to drop shot him. They see him back at the baseline. Try to, just kind of drop shot that short, think that he won't get there, and boy, he's quick. He gets up to the net in a hurry, and I don't think they've gotten to him yet on a drop shot. When they try to pull him forward and keep him out of position back there.
Yeah, you're right. That is a very quick first step he has. Off the edge of the paddle and into the front row seats. Three, 5, 1. Let it go out. Sperling head all the way down to the ground to get out of that one. It did drop deep. Six, 4. Make it 5, 5. Second serve. Locked up at 5, game 3. Every point competitive in this one. And finally finishing, quite an exchange. This is a high-level Mac.
Mm-hmm. Just thinking the same. You start to see those shots. They're really forcing their opponents to, to go to their backhands, trying to set themselves up. Good hands battle there between Rose and Muraru. Ultimately comes out on top, but great display of fast hands by both players there.
And again, the exchange goes Muraru and Sperling's way.
It's 5-5-1. Once the team gets to 6, we should have a pause in the action, switch ends.
Ooh, just wide. And another tremendous rally. Second serve. And there it is. They will switch 6-5 for Sperling Muraru. We will take a brief time out and be back here for the final. 6-5-2 after the end switch. That is deep. Moroyo turning up the heat. And Dara turn it back to Rose, urging him on. So after the end switch, 2 quick points. 8-5. Three. Second serve on the paddle of Rose. There's your backhand put away back.
He's been consistent again with that all game. It's been his go-to shot.
With authority there for Matthew and Dara.
See a little bit of frustration coming out in those shots. They not liking how the game is going now. Got to fight their way back into it. It's been a game of runs, so we'll see how this one shakes out in the final.
Oh, beautiful. Inside in, curling around the ball. Sperling, clean winner. Yep, 9-5-2. That was deep. Yep. Or you thought he stuck it. He went to do the paddle 5.
Oh,
incredible.
Oh, you just saw him do the inside in a couple points ago. There, inside out, pulling out his bag of tricks.
I even think he looked away on that shot too.
That was a special shot right there.
Sperling, he is taking over here. Different pace, all the tricks coming out.
You know, when you watch him play again, he's just very consistent. Doesn't get too high or too low emotionally through the course of the match. He's made some, you know, errors through the course of the, of the games here. But again, he doesn't get down on himself. He easily can turn it right around immediately with just an incredible shot right after he, right after he makes a mistake. He's definitely fun to watch for sure. Younger players could learn a lot just in how he carries himself and the types of shots that he does.
And right down the Ave with that winner, Sperling feeling it here in the third. And we've got a match point for a slot in Sunday's gold. A little late on that backhand volley. Not sure, where are you? Looking for a ball or a towel? Cold beverage maybe over there or something?
Certainly definitely a little banter back there. You could hear Sperling saying, hey, it's Steve Rhodes' fault. Whatever it was Steve Rhodes' fault. But the guys know each other. A lot of these guys would play together as much as they played against each other. Oh. We saw one of those earlier. Almost saw the second one of the day. That would have been a full bag of tricks.
Who pulled that? I think it was Endara pulled one off behind the back. Transition was quality, but unable to finish it. Another opportunity here to finish this match.
Oh, what a get. Oh. That would have been a way to pull off the game there. That was a great point.
Have to do it on the second.
Oh.
Sperling gets a couple of net courts, but when you're good, you're lucky, and he's been outstanding here in the third, helping to lead his team to an 11-6 victory in the third after falling in the first 11-8. They take the second 11-6 and the third 11-6. They have qualified for Medal Championship Sunday for gold. Morario and John Sperling. We've got more to come here on Championship Court at the third annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open. And welcome back to the 3rd annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open. Ari Shanok now joined by Pickleball pro player Megan Hall. Megan, you were with us earlier. Thanks for coming back. I know how busy you are. You're playing today. You're got your young daughter here. You're coaching. What else are you doing? Making popcorn over there?
Doing it all. Doing it all. But happy to watch this winner's bracket final here for the Senior Pro Women's Division.
And we've got a good one. Pam Gilbert, Chris Harris taking on Alka Strapoli and Ellen Novoseletsky. Strapoli, Novoseletsky, 11-9, 9-11, 11-9 victory over J.J. Julie Johnson and her partner LeBlanc. What a match that was. And the other side sees Gilbert and Harris advancing over Urban and Maine. That was a 3-gamer also, so fatigue could be a factor. Both sides, Megan.
Absolutely. It's late in the day. I think these ladies started at 10 a.m. It's about 4:45 right now, so, and very hot, very sunny here in South Florida.
Oh, good rally.
We've got Novoseletsky looking to be aggressive right out of the gate. Novoseletsky and Strapoli are local here to South Florida. Gilbert coming from North Carolina and Harris from St. Petersburg, Florida.
Novoseletsky serving. Getting handcuffed on that. Chris Harris delivery.
Nice to see Harris take the first punch there at Novoseletsky. I think if you let Strapoli and Novoseletsky dictate points and speed up first, that's, I think, when they're at their strongest.
Little hug, team getting together. Harris and Gilbert urging each other on. Strapoli to serve.
Oh, what a point. Gilbert didn't have her feet set there.
Got that first one back, Megan, which was the difficult one. But sometimes tough to recover, as you said.
Absolutely.
Oh, nice misdirection. Chris Harris.
Nice little inside-out forehand there. Attacking Ellen Novoseletsky.
One 3-1. First game, best of 3 in the final. Fortuitous roll after clipping tape. Alka Strapoli apologizing. Wind blown.
Gilbert with some unbelievable defense hanging in there in that point up at the kitchen line, but just an unfortunate, gust of wind that took that ball, right under her paddle.
Yeah, she attempted to hit it with the left hand without the paddle, but I don't think that would be allowed. But that just shows you the gust of wind, how much it is moving this ball. And you experienced it firsthand playing in it, Megan.
Yeah, it was not fun, and you would think that the stadium seating would block some of that wind out, but it does not.
And a break goes back the other way for Pam Gilbert. Evens it out a bit.
I like how she looked to speed it up. I'd like them to test Alka Strapoli. She's the newest to pickleball on this court. And that's what I kind of want to see more of. Test her. See what she has. Alka Strapoli comes from a high-level tennis background, who's coming into pickleball, which is the story we hear a lot these days in pickleball. But I still want them to go after her a little bit and test her, since she is the junior on the court.
The junior and the seniors here in the final.
Correct.
Harris.
Great shot. Nice forehand up the middle. It was wide open. I think in pickleball, you always have to move with your partner. So someone is covering that middle. Alka hit the ball cross court, and she didn't close that middle gap.
Big drive, defended well. Four, 3. Should be 5-3. We update the scoreboard. Miscommunication there.
They did have the middle covered there, but sometimes it was a little collide. They sense Harris and Gilbert pulling away a little bit, so a timeout is called.
You like this timeout here, Megan?
I do. I think Ellen, Novoseletsky, and Alka need to get a game plan together because they look a little discombobulated. They don't know which side they should be playing on. The middle is covered, it's not covered, so I think they just need to come up with some basic plans to say, okay, I think we play better on this side. I think this should be the focus, and this is how we need to play coming out of this timeout to determine who takes game one and to get back into this game.
Yeah, and this is their third match of the day, but different style now they're facing, different level. This side of Strapoli and Novoseletsky, I mean, they've been impressive. You take down Johnson and LeBlanc.
Absolutely. Julie Johnson and Susie LeBlanc are two veterans in the Senior Pro Tour. Very, very high-level women's players, and they went 3 games. I think you maybe hit the nail on the head. Maybe they're feeling a little bit of fatigue. I saw them kind of waiting in the shade for their next match.
And that wind just gusting everywhere. You can see the reaction from Pam Gilbert, like, how did the ball get there? Look at what the wind ball did to that ball by Novoseletsky.
Incredible. The serve, Pam was probably hitting as hard as she could. It just went past the kitchen line. They run up to get it, and it just hits the back line on the baseline. That's tough.
So immediate results from the timeout. They get the timeout side out. And that one's going to sail. What a point.
Excellent play. I like the lob by Pam Gilbert. It's just so tough in this weather to determine if that lob's going to be successful or not. I thought Ellen did a good job of kind of backing up and ripping it. Harris was there to close, but just overcooked it a little bit.
Within 2. Much better play after the timeout thus far for Novoseletsky and Strapoli. And that wide as well, so now right back in it within 1.
When the weather is this way, you can't be too risky. You can't go for corners. You can't go for lines. You have to play 80% of that court and put the ball mostly in the middle. Otherwise, the wind's just going to take it. It also looks like Strapoli and Novoseletsky are stacking, with Novoseletsky playing the left side, which I think they've had the most success doing in the beginning of game one, and now, you know, in the middle of game one, after their timeout, they said, okay, you know, I think this is how we play best. Ellen on the left and Alka on the right.
Well, it'll be Gilbert and Harris now going to collect their thoughts and strategy as 3 straight after the timeout. So we'll see how they regroup.
I think Harris and Gilbert are playing well. It's just they're missing their marks. They're setting up the points well, but missing the putaways. So I don't think they need to change anything different. They just, when they work hard for the point, they just need to make the putaway. That's all. Not be so fancy. Maybe play an extra ball or two, and not go for the lines for the winner.
Yeah, and particularly in this wind, like you said, because you have to be more careful, and maybe those, on a less windy day, those putaways are finished.
Absolutely, absolutely. You just have to have a little bit more patience in this wind and play a little more high percentage.
Tied at 6. And a big cut and delivery from Alka.
Yeah, when you're playing at this level, at the pro division, any high ball to someone's forehand typically will be a put away. I thought Pam did a good job of getting her paddle on the ball, but
Novoseletsky with a 4-point advantage, excuse me, 4-point run to give them a 1-point advantage. And quite a defensive play there by Pam Gilbert, and then turned it into a quick offensive attack.
I'd like to see Harris and Gilbert play a little bit more the middle. I think they've had success in that middle area. I'd like to see them drive and drop. And that's just an average forehand roll miss that at this point in the game can't be missed.
The run is now 5 consecutive. Strong serve. Hand on head from Strapoli. Yeah, I thought she had a nice cross-court roll. Side out.
Little aggressive on the roll by Strapoli. Looked like Gilbert was going to be there, even if it did roll over. Nice mid-court drive by Strapoli.
Harris, her side down by 2. A little early on the speed up. Megan, what are you thinking?
I don't necessarily like that choice from mid-court. It was driving the ball at Ellen. Ellen's showed that she's had some pretty good blocks, pretty good hands. I'd like to see her drop that ball, get into the kitchen. Served her well there, though. I stand corrected.
Yeah. Maybe off of the bill of the visor there.
Yeah, sometimes I think people think that the speed up needs to be at the body, but sometimes just a deceptive higher ball when people are expecting a dink or a belly drive, you know, is also very effective.
And see ya, Alka Strapoli.
Nothing deceptive about that high ball.
No, that was not a surprise.
Correct. Strapoli was all over it.
Speed up, able to turn quickly out of the way, Novoseletsky. As that sails deep.
I like the speed up. It just doesn't need to be that good. And perhaps be a little bit more patient. You're down 6-9. You don't really have any room to move around here.
And right down Atlantic Ave for a winner. 11-6. Well done by Strapoli and Novoseletsky after being down 6-3 in this one. We'll see what the response is in game two. We are in the senior women's doubles main bracket final. We'll be back.
What if I showed you a new way to view wellness through the lens of nature in its purest form? At Swish Naturals, we believe that everyone deserves wellness. We have one line of products that can help your body in countless different ways. Name your pain. It can all vanish in minutes if you know what your body needs to protect it. Our products are unlike anything you've seen before. The intersection where nature strengthens performance. It's your body, and you only get one. So ask yourself, am I going to protect it?
And welcome back. Thanks for tuning in here on Inside World Pickleball here on YouTube or Pickleball Cards, pbcards.net. Game two. Nice drop. Good hustle by Harris. Oh, Novoseletsky just had to put it in play, Megan.
That's why you grind for every ball, because you never know what can happen next. Great hustle by Chris Harris.
So a good start, good sign for this team of Gilbert and Harris. Hoping to push this to a third. And that will go deep. At times here in Delray Beach, which has 3 miles of beachfront along the Atlantic Ocean, and it kind of feels like you're playing pickleball right on the ocean front today.
Absolutely.
With the wind. Harris has got the reach.
Nice big move by Chris Harris right in the middle there. You notice how each of these teams have to acclimate to the different sides, the different feel of the wind, just the sun, everything in this game too. So we have a quick 3-0 lead for Gilbert and Harris.
Yeah, that's big. That was just wide.
I just spoke too soon.
Still.
It's 2 in a
Okay,
row.
there's a side out. Yeah. Well, still a nice start here in the second, and he felt like it was much needed after Novoseletsky and Strapoli finished game one with 8 straight points. 0-3-1. Make a play another ball, Megan, just like you said.
Absolutely. You survive, and you never know what can happen.
That, I believe, caught line.
Ooh, I think they called it just long. It
Okay.
looked just long to me.
Yep.
So obviously very close if we both saw something different.
Well, your eyes are much better than mine, so.
I am wearing glasses, but it is the side out. Both teams agreed. I like the thought of Harris and Gilbert. They've been the aggressors here in game 2 yet again with a little shake and bake action. Didn't quite work out as well, but that's okay. It happens. Nice little accidental slice, maybe by Novoseletsky, but nonetheless it worked. And on this side, we're seeing a lot of those short returns. So Gilbert and Harris need to get ready for that because you're just hitting against the wind on this side with Strapoli and Novoseletsky. So they've got to come prepared.
Yeah, that ball's going to die.
Beautiful drop.
Ooh.
That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate for Strapoli. They're hitting a nice drop into the kitchen, but second server.
0-3-2. They do not get up on the scoreboard. Side out. Yeah, tough to drive that slice.
It doesn't need to be that good. I think she drove it with no spin and all power, and I just wish she put a little bit more spin and taken a little bit less off. That's a great backhand cross-court drive by Alka Strapoli.
Yeah, Strapoli out of the air with a two-hander.
That tennis background suits her well in pickleball.
Very open stance on the serve.
And she really rips it. She's got a beautiful serve.
Yeah, I like her serve. That is a gorgeous touch shot by Harris.
Wow. Very nice. Just caught the line. Beautiful. Chris Harris playing with the black ace from Pro Kenix. It's the XL version, and it is one of the most powerful paddles on the market. So it's no shock that she's coming with that big game.
The way you were describing it, I think you were going to say black market with that kind of power. So they do get a point on the scoreboard. It is Harris and Gilbert up 3-1. That's that ball a little flat.
Yeah, and she's hitting a little off balance there, you know, off her back foot. I want to see a little bit more footwork to get in better position to hit that shot. Just like that backhand she just hit, beautiful. She got set her body up, turned, and hit a great backhand drive.
Ball's stuck in the plant.
Playing hide and seek. There we go.
Chris Harris doing it all, the gardening, maintenance work.
You'll see it all here at Delray Tennis Center.
Oh, yes.
For this pickleball tournament.
I think Carl Foster can't do everything.
Oh, there was massive spin on that backhand. And also
And
just
the wind.
again, with the wind, it just died. Tough. Very important that Harris and Gilbert close the net on that side. A little bit faster. Very nice, deep shot. And so the side that Ellen and Alka are on, it's very difficult to drop into the wind. You have to really give it more to ensure it goes over.
Oh, nice attack by Chris Harris.
So Ellen tried to make, she was unsuccessful with her drop. She drives the next one. Harris is waiting for it with that forehand and pegs Alka. It's a good play.
6-1-1. Good patience there by Harris.
Strapoli was just 1 foot back off that kitchen line. She was stretching for it. Like to see her just close that 1 step. Some confusion about switching. It worked out in their favor anyway. Sometimes when you just take do something different and don't switch one time, it can do the job and get a point, much needed point.
And that will sail along from the wind. Haven't seen too many effective lobs here today, Megan, not with this wind.
No, and especially on that side, the wind is just going to take that lob out every time.
Do you like the use of lobs?
I do. I actually think they're underutilized offensively and then defensively. I think as the sport grows, you know, sometimes I've seen effective lobs. I don't do it that much, but effective lobs from the baseline to when there are people at the net. It's just such a small area. You've got to make sure that you're hitting it with spin. And again, on a windy day, very challenging.
Yeah.
But definitely offensive lobs when all 4 players are at the kitchen line, very effective. But again, today's a tough day to do it.
Not advised here in this weather.
And I think we've seen a lot of 3-game matches today because there's just one preferable side.
Have we figured that out? I mean, the wind behind you, but it is swirling, but would you say it is that far side on the north side?
I would say, because it's so challenging to drop into the wind, so then your option is driving. And if you're playing against a team that has, you know, decent to good volleys, it's very hard to ever move forward and gain the command of the court at the kitchen line doing it that way, unless you're doing a lot of shake and bake and you can keep your drives low. But if you're a team who, you know, that's not your strength, it's very challenging.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you have to do whatever you can to get the job done and win the match.
So side out as Novoseletsky and Strapoli trying to make a run here in the second.
I think Ellen, a little distracted by the exuberation from the gentleman playing singles on the other court.
I love the excitement, but it, it was a loud scream right in the middle of the point. Exuberation, yeah, well said, Megan. That young man is so happy. He's fist pumping towards us, I think.
That's a 5-minute fist pump. I mean, that's a long celebration.
Yeah, that was quite a battle going on in men's singles. I'm not sure what level that was, of maybe the 5.0 or 4.5.
Maybe 4.5.
Yeah, looked like pretty good level though. These guys
It
were going
did.
at it.
Oh, an unfortunate net cord, but I think the net cord might have given Chris Harris a chance possibly to recover back after she was covering for Pam Gilbert moving forward.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's 4-5, Megan, in a game two where it seemed like Gilbert and Harris should have been up by like 7 or 8 points.
Well, this is exactly what we saw in game 1. So
there's the lob.
You know what, Pam Gilbert, obviously clearly frustrated. She should never miss that ball. Her feet were still moving as she was hitting. She had to plant her feet a little bit, set her body up, and then go. But obviously some complete frustration, as this is exactly what happened in game one as they lost their lead. And the game is tied.
Yeah, they were up 6-3 in that game one, and then Strapoli and Novoseletsky went on an 8-0 run to end game one. They're up 5-1 in this one. It's now 5-all.
So what happens is when you're playing against a team that's playing against the wind is that the ball lands a little bit shorter than you think it will. So you anticipate the ball coming and getting it out of the air in a normal contact point when you're at the kitchen line. But when you're playing against a team who's playing against the wind, the ball is landing a little bit shorter. So I think, you know, Gilbert was expecting it to be a little bit deeper than perhaps it was with the ball in the net. So let's see if they can.
Okay, Strapoli serving, looking for their first lead of game two. And they have it.
Strapoli and Novoseletsky made a decision to put Ellen on the left-hand side the entire match, and since then, they really have done a very good job of playing each point smart. And
you called that early, Coach Hall.
yeah, that was a very good return for the side out there.
Now looking to tie. That was an effective lob.
So when you're in that mid-court area, I felt like Alka was really trying to roll that ball, and she should have just lifted it up. You know, you don't really, I know she's trying to keep the ball low, but ultimately mid-court, lift the ball, get it over, even if it's high. Oh, beautiful forehand roll by Ellen Novoseletsky.
Out of the air, Ellen taking advantage with that swinging volley. 6-6-2. Oh, gorgeous. Down the line with a backhand. Not an easy shot pulled off by Novoseletsky.
That's a beautiful backhand punch down the line. And if you notice, Ellen actually holds her paddle up a little bit higher than the others and always keeps her paddle out in front, so she's just hitting that ball nice and early.
Oh, good job by Gilbert to get that paddle upstairs, Megan, but kept the ball in play with all that wind behind her.
Yes, beautiful block right down the middle. Tends to solve the middle. I like that middle.
Babied that one. So a quick side out, tied at 6. That ball hung up there, and Strapoli didn't miss it.
Give a high forehand ball to a tennis player or a former tennis player, and it will not end well, as you all just saw.
Great rally here.
Loving this point. Loving the patience.
So Gilbert setting herself up with the lob.
That's a fabulous point by all 4 players. Great defense by Ellen and Alka. But Pam and Chris come on top of that point. I thought Alka did a great job of resetting those points back into the kitchen and Ellen reaching for the lobs.
Back on top, 7-6. Oh, nothing you can do about that. Alka apologizes.
It's a sorry, not sorry kind of situation. I mean, it's the right thing to do, but you take all those you can get.
And that did drop wide. I don't think that hit Harris. So second serve. Archie Marario playing a little ball boy over there. That guy's got an endless amount of energy.
That he does. Well, it's doubles day, and Mirsha has the thought that we should never be tired after playing doubles.
Yeah, easy for him to say.
True. That was the setup play. She had it. I would have liked to see her just scoot over and hit that as a forehand. She knows she missed a good one.
Yep, and giving her upper thigh punishment because of it. So Gilbert coming alive here, converting multiple points. Her team up 2.
Loved how she stepped in with that forehand. I like this timeout. Not sure they'll change anything, though. It seems to be successful for basically the whole match. Maybe they'll go back to 1 or 2 points with Alka maybe switching to the left and Ellen to the right. But ultimately, the game plan for them has been working. So ultimately, I think just trying to keep the balls a little bit lower so it's not in Harris's and Gilbert's wheelhouse to strike.
We've got some tennis players on the court here at the home of the ATP Delray Beach Tennis Tour Open. They've got their bags and stuff looking around like, hey, what happened to our court? Multiple pros train here, play in this area. Delray Beach home to Kevin Anderson, Coco Golf, and others, and of course in our sport, pickleball, Annalie Waters.
Absolutely. We have many pro players here. I think pickleball and tennis, it's such a hub for racket sports. It's such a pleasure to live in this area if you're a racket sports fan.
And even if you're not.
And even if you're not. That's so true. 8-6 on the first server. I love that. They're up by 2. They're on the server number 1. They've got some room, wiggle room to be aggressive. So I love that Gilbert went for that attack to Ellen. And now they're up 9-6.
Yeah, Gilbert's been more aggressive here in the second. 3-point advantage. Speaking of Kevin Anderson, have you seen him play pickleball, Megan, lately? I heard he is fantastic.
I saw him play pickleball at the PickleBall in Georgia, which is a fundraiser charity event. And you know what? He was not half bad for such a tall, big guy.
I heard better than not half bad. I heard that he could be like one of the top players if he decided to play.
I'm sure. I'm sure. you know, we see Sam Query now playing pickleball.
Yep.
We saw
Jack
Jack
Sock,
Sock
of
just in North Carolina, and Jack Sock is absolutely impressive in pickleball.
Oh, yeah.
But it's no doubt because his tennis doubles skills and quick hands absolutely translate so well into this game.
That lands. Great effort from Novoseletsky, but we had talked about the lob, not advised in this weather, but somehow Gilbert and Harris have pulled a few off here in this game.
That was a backhand slice volley, you know.
Okay, yeah, so
it was pretty. That was pretty impressive.
I don't know if that was a planned lob. Is that what we're saying?
Well, you know what? Oh, she tried to let it go, thinking it was going out, I think. But Ellen putting some nice spin on that ball, keeping it well inside the baseline.
And right at the moment, the wind has subsided a bit.
Correct.
7-9-2. Use another one, but that one does not fall. Gilbert and Harris looking at each other.
No more lobs.
Yeah, right. And now they can tie it up here in the second serve. Harris jumping all over that ball. Big point. Get the serve back up one.
Absolutely.
Novoseletsky, good 1-2 punch.
Good dig by Chris Harris, but ultimately Ellen just all over that next ball for the put away.
Go back to the lob. Got the defense by Harris.
Oh, so tough. I think Gilbert was expecting that forehand drive in the middle, but they did a good job of switching to her left shoulder to hit her backhand side, and she just wasn't prepared for it. It's unfortunate when Harris just got so many digs and resets back.
Opportunity to tie. And Novoseletsky, paddle out front, down the line. And we are tied at 9.
That is something that Novoseletsky does very well. She sits at that kitchen line.
So we get a timeout now for Harris and Gilbert. They had led 9-6. Looked pretty comfortable there, Megan.
They did. They were playing aggressively. I think they were making some good shots. I think Ellen, they missed a couple of returns, but Ellen and Alka have tightened up, and I think they seem to be on their toes a bit more and just ready for those volleys and setting up the point and finishing them. So now we're tied 9-9 for a potential match points here with Ellen and Alka to serve.
Yeah. Well, that breeze is bringing in some nice scents over from the food trucks. Getting close to dinner time.
That's true.
Great facility here, and we got terrific vendors and food trucks. Coming out this weekend, everybody, if you're in the area. Terrific play. Gorgeous venue.
It's nice because it's still just before the rainy season, so we've been lucky with gorgeous weather. Hot, but gorgeous.
Yep. Tied at 9, first serve.
Makes a big difference.
Oh, great defense from Novoseletsky.
What hands. Excellent. I feel proud for her because it's just, it's so rewarding to be ready for that ball and just and just put it away, and now earned a match point.
Match point, Strapoli Novoseletsky. And there it is. Good drive off of the paddle of Novoseletsky. Another comeback. In this game, they finished with the last 5. In the first game, they finished with the last 8 points. So Strapoli, Novoseletsky never out of it. They kept using their timeouts, Megan, and they are marching on for gold on Sunday.
Absolutely. And we'll see who they face off. I'm not sure. That obviously teams fighting through the backdraw, but definitely they earned it. They played against some very, very strong teams today. New partnership, newer to pickleball, Alka Strapoli. So it's nice to see her in the senior pro division, just turning 50. Ellen as well, I think 49, but in her 50th year. So on the younger side for the senior pros, but congratulations to them. And I look forward to seeing them play on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, Championship Sunday is going to be good. It's coming into form now. We'll have more here on Championship Court 1 here on this beautiful Friday from the Delray Beach Pickleball Open. And back on Inside World Pickleball here on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in. Also on Facebook. Be on Amazon Pickle TV coming up as well. Third annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open presented by Baptist Health and Palm Beach County Sports Commission. We've got a bronze medal match in mixed. And this is a good one. I know you're looking forward to this, Megan.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got Krista Gacheva, Nick Acevedo, a.k.a. Nico, Heather Nobler, and Brandon Hubschman. Well, both these teams were defeated in the front by the team waiting for gold medal on Sunday, and Emmerich and Pisnick.
She's ready for that backhand.
Hubschman and Nobler coming off an impressive victory to qualify for this one. Megan, you watched most of that one.
I did. They had to play very well to defeat Sam Greenhut and Mark Dancourt, who had a very good run in the mixed pro doubles tournament today. Now, Hubschman is the veteran on the court. He's been playing the longest, has the most experience on the court.
Hubschman getting upstairs. They play on and force the miss.
Nobler, a pretty consistent player, so a very rare miss, especially on a high ball. All four players doing a great job of moving the ball around.
And the speed up, and too hot to handle as Nico tried to duck out of the way, hoping it would go deep, but no chance.
Something that Hubschman does really well is he has such a wrist roll that he just gets that ball to spin so hard.
Get this rally. Remarkable play.
Wow, what a finish by Heather Nobler on that backhand side. Excellent hands by all four players, touching that ball multiple times in that long firefight. Well done.
Yeah, these are not household names, but big time level here at the Delray Beach Pickleball Open.
Heather Nobler and Krista Gacheva just recently both drafted to the MLP, Major League Pickleball.
So they are household names now.
They will be. They will be.
And you've got a very high ceiling for that young man over there in Nico Acevedo.
Absolutely. Nobler's going to have to be careful with driving the ball at him in any capacity. In fact, if you were a sponsor, not only is Acevedo an unbelievable player and definitely, just missed wide there.
Yeah, inside out backhand, not an easy shot.
Trying to catch Heather Nobler while she's trying to make the transition over to the right-hand side. But not only is Nico a fabulous player who is very skilled and just at the beginning of his pickleball career, but he's actually a very nice young man as well.
Young man from Chile. So you're saying buy that stock.
I would buy it. I would buy it without question. Ooh, a little miscommunication there. But it happens. That was a really nice deep ball. Did
not land it. Impressive start for Hubschman. Nobler. Huffman, the baseball background, good athlete.
Actually, Huffman and his wife are coaching a Major League Pickleball team, the Atlanta Shock. Very exciting. Although the ball coming from Nobler's side of the court, I think Gacheva has to let Acevedo take that middle ball on that forehand.
Nice return by Krista. A lot of bite to that slice. And Nico looking to have an impact here as they struggle to put up points. Get her again with that slice from Gacheva.
Let's see what Gacheva and Acevedo can do to put some points on the board.
Trailing by 6. Big serve.
There's one. Very nice serve.
And there's 2.
And the drive reset worked. 2 on the board. Gacheva struggling a little bit with that drop from midcourt, but still very early in the game. They've been sitting for quite some time.
Oh, good effort there by Huffman.
Huffman very fast, almost getting to that ball.
Oh, in the air, backhand out front. Nico with a put away.
I think I mentioned it before. Heather's going to have to be very careful speeding anything up to the man in front of her. Nico Acevedo has very, very good hands.
Yeah, helped him to a South Region ITA doubles championship this past fall playing for FAU Tennis. I was looking at Acevedo's serve. I mean, we talk about him. He's relatively new to the sport, getting more time on the court now. But the serve may be one area you think he could gain some more points, power off of.
Yes, I think always going for a little bit more on your serve. It's especially important in singles, but I think it's becoming more and more important in doubles as well. You take any edge you can, anywhere you can get it. And I think if you have a strong serve, whether that's with spin or with pace, it can really set you and your partner up for an easier managed point.
What a get. And Huffman finally ends that point with the defense scrambling.
Wow, I mean, that's great defense by Gacheva and Acevedo, but also some very nice overheads from Huffman.
Good get there by Gacheva, but couldn't make the next ball. Almost that serve looked like it hit something on the court, never came up. Oh, terrific swinging backhand. Gacheva executing well.
I actually like Gacheva's two-handed backhand a little more than I like her one-handed backhand. I'd like to see her utilize that a bit more. So that's a very nice slice right there.
Oh,
she had him. Yes. She did. She definitely fooled us all. We all saw her going cross-court until she didn't.
Huffman, a little sigh of relief there. Big return from Acevedo, excuse me.
But that's the big game in mixed doubles. You know, you try and get the ball to the weakest player on the court, and typically that's the woman in pro doubles. So Huffman was putting pressure there by putting his body directly in the middle of the court.
That's a ball Brandon typically will stick.
Yeah, she got away with one there.
The ball dropped pretty low on Acevedo to come back with speed.
We're seeing a lot drop a little bit shorter into the court due to the wind, thinking that the
True.
ball is going to come a bit deeper, but oof.
Oh, smart play by Huffman.
That's unbelievable. Such good touch. And you don't know whether he's going to slap the ball to the baseline or just drop it short. Really nice play. That ball was left up just a little bit high enough for the tall Huffman to lean in and just swipe that backhand right at Gacheva. Oh, I love that drive by Heather Nobler, setting Huffman up for the shake and bake. Very, very nice.
Timeout, Gacheva. Acevedo trailing by 4 here in game 1. They jumped out of the gate, Huffman and Nobler did 6-0. Took quite a bit of effort to climb back in this one, but now Huffman and Nobler taking command back.
Gacheva and Acevedo, I think right now have to be thinking, how can they get Acevedo more involved in some of these points? I think Nobler and Huffman are doing a really good job of isolating her. And she's ready for a lot of these volleys, but she's definitely the player being attacked right now.
Oh, there it is. That was game point, actually. So 11-5 in the first. Huffman and Nobler trying to seal their spot in Sunday Gold. We'll be back. Game 2, Nobler to serve. Wind at their back now after a game 1 victory, 11-5. And they just appear to be the more confident team now.
Yes, absolutely. I think they've got the right game plan. And I think that, just wait a moment.
Right into the body. Good attack there by Gacheva.
Very nice. I think that Gacheva and Acevedo need to do more of that, find Nobler more.
Huffman puts that one away up the center line.
I think we've seen Acevedo make a couple of unforced errors, looking to be aggressive up at the net because he's just not seeing so many balls. So I think he's thinking he has to create. And I'd like to see him be a little bit more patient. even though he's not seeing as many balls. It's so hard.
1-0-1.
That's a wicked return
It
by
really is.
Gacheva. I mean, that slice backhand short angle shot is ridiculous.
Hubschman fighting one off, turns into offense.
That's just a poor choice by Acevedo, and I think that's where his, you know, the learning curve for him, not playing as many tournaments, it comes in. That ball should go back to Heather Nobler, and Hubschman should be looking to insert himself, and that's when they go at him or behind him.
Acevedo with the put away.
Nice.
See if that can spark him.
Absolutely.
Oh, right in the abdomen. No chance there.
That's a really nice backhand roll by Nico Acevedo.
Body shot.
Yeah, right in the chest. You're not going anywhere, Hubschman. You're taking this one.
Second serve looking to tie. Good attack. Moving forward, Gacheva. And they have the lead first time here in game 2. First lead of this match for Acevedo Gacheva. Now you pointed out Megan too. We'll get to it after this point.
Unbelievable.
And that one was out. Made him play an extra ball.
Wow. Ooh, they're calling that out. Very close. Trying to defer to the ref to see if she saw the ball.
I thought it might have been deep too, but
It was hit with such force, honestly, very hard to tell. Ref cannot overrule, so point stands, call stands.
yeah, so that would make it
4-2.
4-2. Nico kind of shaking his head, and Brandon thought it was in, so. Hubschman gets it back. No, you talked about Gacheva and Acevedo not playing for maybe about 2 hours, Megan, and you wonder what effect that had on them. Hubschman and Nobler did have a match in the back to get back to this bronze medal round.
Absolutely, it does play a part. When you're sitting, you get cold and tight after playing all morning.
Oh, beautiful. Gacheva changing directions, goes down the Ave there.
Also, it's just interesting, the switching of sides. Nobler has been sitting some of her drops and dinks up a little bit higher, more so on this side she's playing on now than previous in the first game. And she's on the side with the wind, so that's going to sit up, and that gives Gacheva the ball right in her wheelhouse.
So timeout, Nobler Hubschman. They trail 5-3 as Acevedo and Gacheva hope to push this 1-3. We'll find out. So out of the timeout, moves to second serve. They do get the timeout side out, trailing by 2 in the second. Winning the first 11-5, Nobler Huffman.
That sat up a little too high. Nobler closing the net, able to put it away nicely.
And again for Nobler, taking advantage. 2 in a row.
So the plan is to return to Brandon somewhat, so Brandon can't come in and be that big force at the kitchen line. However, Brandon's driving very well right now, and it's really setting Heather up.
Oh, transition.
That's a nice point. I thought she had a good look at it.
Yeah. Side out.
One of the hardest things to do in pickleball is to let the ball go, especially when you're up at the kitchen line and the ball is at your chest. It takes so much discipline to just let that ball fly.
Back on top. Gacheva, Acevedo. Flying in for the finish, Acevedo.
Nobler has been unsuccessful giving Acevedo any drive. I think he's like 3 for 3 or 4 for 4 on those.
Oh, terrific speed up. Fun to watch that exchange.
As you go up in level, the hands just get more and more impressive. The balls that are gotten and sent back over the net are really incredible. Again, another drive by Heather Nobler, cross court to Acevedo. I don't know why. Oh, nice try by Gacheva, trying to reset those balls. Just missed on the tape. Sometimes in this game, you've got to be patient, and that's what Gacheva and Acevedo are doing right now. Sometimes it's that simple.
Second serve, 3-point advantage. Huffman brings his team to within 2.
The force behind Huffman's overhead, Gacheva just has to turn around. She's got no option.
You just want to escape.
Right. That's the second time Acevedo has seen Huffman try and come over and try and be aggressive, and he's got Huffman's spot right in the middle of his chest.
That one blew deep by the wind. 9-6-1. And again, pelts him with a body blow.
Now, some of this, again, is the wind. Nobler doesn't normally sit this many balls up high to be taken advantage of. Ooh, it's a tough miss by Gacheva. Just got right up under her pretty quick.
Yeah, that wind really gusted up.
Absolutely.
Came at her in a hurry. Game point. And that is wide, and there it is, 11-6. We are going 3. Tough to predict who's going to come out on top here in the bronze medal match. But we'll be back for game 3 in a moment. Game 3 underway here. Bronze medal match. Winner to secure a spot on gold medal Sunday. Emmerich, Pisnik waiting for the winner, and right now Gacheva and Acevedo with quite a bit of positive momentum.
Wow. Oh.
Yeah, I thought it might go over. 2 quick points to begin the third.
Slight miss hit there.
Yeah. Oh, what a stick save, paddle save by Nico Acevedo. Remarkable.
Wow. Unbelievable. I can't believe he got that back over the net. Wow, what a drive by Gacheva. They are playing with some confidence right now.
Yeah, they're rolling.
And without a doubt, they're well warmed up now.
I was thinking of that too, because Megan, you had pointed that the layoff for about 2 hours sitting around. All of a sudden in the second game, it looked like they were developing the rhythm, and now we see that in full force. I like that Gacheva inside-out backhand, the two-hander. That is not a shot that you typically see hit effectively or efficiently.
No. Yeah, you know, it's hard to go. That's like that. It's hard to completely turn your body and get that backhand to Heather Nobler, but Gacheva does a really nice job, or is doing currently a very nice job of getting the backhand there with some definite force behind it. And they're just playing free right now.
Four 0. But that positive timeout. They get the side out. Nasty slice.
Pickleball is a game of runs and momentum swings. So right now the momentum is swinging in Acevedo and Gacheva's court. Let's see what Huffman and Nobler can do to change that momentum swing. Just long.
So they get a couple back.
ball on court from just behind.
A little bit frustration on Acevedo and Gacheva's side. They felt like they had the advantage. Oh, Huffman was there. Good recovery. Cut the deficit in half. Krista serving. Ernie. Oh, Gacheva chose to hit that. The wind may have been blowing that wide. Guess it was too close to let it drop.
We will never know. But what a move by Acevedo.
Five, 2-2 in the third. Couple of good resets. And Nico takes advantage.
I think it's a change in right now. I think ultimately Nobler and Huffman have to slow this game down because Gacheva and Acevedo right now are just slugging away and doing it effectively. Like them to see them take a step back and get themselves back in this match and you know, not go for so much. Play a little higher percentage now that we're down 6-2 in game 3.
We'll see how big of the wind is a factor. The wind will be at the back of Nobler. Huffman trailing by 4.
Now they both won their previous games on the side that Acevedo and Gacheva are on right now. That's a really nice point by Krista Gacheva. Really patient.
Yeah, you said she's just improving all the time. She is becoming big time.
Absolutely.
And there is the attack, that cat-like quickness.
What a setup by Gacheva, though. That was a gorgeous cross-court drop that took Heather Nobler completely out of position, leaving Huffman to cover the rest of the court. Ooh, nice.
Yep.
By Heather Nobler.
Way off court there. No chance for Gacheva.
She said right back at you.
2-8.
What a rip
Yeah.
by Heather Nobler. Excellent.
She was a foot wide of the sideline, too.
And I like where she went with that drive. She went right at Krista. Oh.
Remarkable. That's the kind of plays that you see from Acevedo that sets his ceiling so high.
Absolutely. His movement is incredible, going from one sideline to almost the other sideline to try and put the ball away and close this game. Oh, she had it.
Wasn't quite sure where to go with that.
Right.
Had a couple options.
I'm sure that was not her first choice.
No. Four, 8. It might make it 8-4-1.
Oh, beauty. Nice inside the court.
Right in the corner from Huffman.
Backhand stab volley.
Side out. No damage done. Trailing by 4.
Nice deep volleys to Gacheva. And Heather Nobler just has to outlast keep that ball in play so Huffman can do his job.
And there it is.
Kajeva's trying to be cute and fancy by going behind Huffman, and she doesn't have to. The game plan of hitting to Nobler and being consistent with her has worked, and it's what's given them this lead in game 3. Huffman is onto her, and the gap of the lead is closing.
That's a better play.
Absolutely. Acevedo was able to hit a nice cross-court swinging backhand volley to Huffman's backhand.
Huffman way over there on Nobler's side.
I love that. I love the idea of him stepping in and taking that drive. He's just got to make it. Beautiful job of putting the ball to Gacheva and Acevedo's feet. It wasn't hit incredibly hard, but it was placed well.
Again.
He knew it. He actually knew it ahead of time. He just wasn't able to get the paddle up and out and ready. But I do like that point. It's a better point construction than we've seen. It's a bit longer. And I do think that favors Huffman and Nobler. What a return by Brandon Huffman. They have the win on their side, so the deeper they can get that ball on serves and returns, the better.
Good crowd on hand here for the bronze medal match. Third game, 9-5-2. To within 3.
Beautiful drive by Heather Nobler. Again, she's been successful with that drive to Gacheva. When Nico Acevedo is able to get a volley on it, it's tough for Huffman to move forward on that. He might have to wait another ball or two.
9-6-1, 2 points away. Huffman, the long arms.
That nice deep return set that up. It's really hard for Gacheva to get a nice drop into the kitchen when the return is that deep. This is like Pickleball 101 here, folks.
Oh.
I loved that movement of the ball by Heather Nobler. That was really, really good. Huffman, I know, will want that one back.
Yeah, Acevedo was just shaking his head. He knows he was lucky on that one.
This is match point.
Match point. And that is wide, and that'll do it. 11-6 in the second, 11-6 in the third, and it will be Krista Gacheva and Nico Acevedo moving to gold on Sunday. And they will get a rematch against Embrick and Pisnik. That should be a good one. Well, quality match. Fans really enjoyed watching that action. Terrific play by both teams.
Congratulations to our bronze medalists, Brandon Huffman and Heather Nobler, for a fabulous mixed doubles day of playing.
All right, terrific day all around. And we will have action for you tomorrow again beginning at 10 a.m. on Inside World Pickleball on YouTube. Tomorrow's action, men and women's pro doubles, and we'll have the mixed senior pro doubles as well for tomorrow's action here at the 3rd annual Delray Beach Pickleball Open. So long from Delray.